Last month, I visited my aunt in North Carolina. I was supposed to stay with her for a week, but I only lasted 2 days. She's getting older, and her husband died last year, so I just wanted to make sure she was doing okay. Everything seemed really normal at first. She was in good spirits. We had a nice dinner. And then I went to brush my teeth before bed and realized there was no mirror in the bathroom. It had been taken off the wall. In fact, there were no mirrors left anywhere in the house. I figured it was one of those trauma reactions where she just didn't want to see herself. But when I asked her about it, she said that she had to take the mirrors away because my uncle was haunting her. And not only was he haunting her, he had turned into a demonic, twisted version of himself. Clearly, this was a different level of struggling than I had imagined. I felt out of my depth. It's one thing if she couldn't bear to see herself. It's another issue entirely if she's seeing literal demons. I don't know much about psychology, but I know people handle grief in strange ways. Even so, this felt like it was on the extreme side. I called my dad to tell him what was going on. He asked me to keep an eye on her until he could get there that weekend. Fine, sounded simple enough. She was still eating, taking care of herself, just without mirrors. The next day, I did my best to avoid the topic entirely, and things seemed more normal. My aunt wanted to take me to dinner that evening, so I took a shower and used a hand mirror for my makeup. About halfway through, I put the mirror down to find the right eyeshadow, and when I picked it back up, I saw a gray, rotting face over my shoulder. It shocked me so badly that I threw the mirror across the room and it shattered. My aunt heard the noise and came running. She looked from me to the mirror and knew that I saw it, but didn't say anything. Instead, we went to dinner like nothing had happened. By the time we were in the restaurant, it didn't feel real anymore. The world was going about its business like any other day. It made a lot more sense that I would have imagined the demon face. I was far from home, and all the spooky talk had just got into my head, right? No big deal. On the way home, we stopped at CVS to fill my aunt's prescription, and I secretly bought a new mirror. When we got back to the house, I went to my room and stared into it for half an hour without seeing a thing. Hypothesis confirmed. There was no demon. I was just shamefully impressionable. The next morning, I started putting my makeup on, looked away for 2 seconds, and bam, there it was again, with cloudy, milky white eyes. This time, I managed to refrain from throwing the mirror, but only barely. When I looked again, the figure was gone. I don't know what the hell it is, but I don't think it's my uncle. That thing, it's something evil. It gave me the cold sweats feeling down to my bones and in the pit of my stomach. Every fiber of me wanted to recoil into a ball and disappear. I took my aunt shopping to get us out of the house, and again, a little time in the real world had me questioning my sanity. I couldn't have actually seen what I thought I saw. It's just not possible. So we got home. I looked in the mirror again, and nothing. But then I looked away and looked back a few times, and there it was, clear as day. I forced myself to keep looking, to really take it in. It was really there. It wasn't some trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. It was there. After a few seconds, a skeletal hand started reaching over my shoulder, and I couldn't take it anymore. The mirror went sailing across the room and broke against the wall. When I finally stopped crying, I called my dad. He didn't believe a word of it, but he definitely didn't want me staying with my aunt any longer. So he left work to come down early. As soon as he got there, I booked a flight home. My dad stayed for 3 days before he got my aunt a new place and listed the house for sale. I talked to my aunt earlier today. She hasn't seen anything since she left that house, so we're hoping whatever that thing was, it got left behind. I feel sorry for whoever buys that house, though. I live on a farm with my parents and 6-year-old sister, Beth. Behind our house is an old well. The previous owners put a grate over it, so it's supposed to be safe, but non-functional. Beth has been playing by it a lot for the last few weeks. She sits by the stones and has little tea parties. We thought she was having them with her imaginary friends who, fun fact, are all Disney villains. So playing by a dingy old well seemed kind of suitable for her. I didn't think anything of it until she got into my makeup, and I ratted her out to her mother. After she got in trouble, she came to tell me that Marvin was going to drag me into the well for tattling on her. I've been threatened with the Evil Queen, Maleficent, and the Queen of Hearts, but not Cruella because she hurts puppies, and that's where Beth draws the line. I've never been threatened with a Marvin, though. So I asked her, which movie is Marvin from? And she said he's not. He just lives in the well. I know kids are supposed to have good imaginations, but Beth has never made anything up in her life. She didn't even have imaginary friends until she saw kids on TV with them. Then she decided Disney villains could be her best friends. Still, I didn't think too much of it. It sounds absurd. Man living in a covered well that was going to drown me. I forgot about it almost instantly. A week or so later, Mom sent me to bring Beth in for supper, but she ignored me when I called for her. I had to walk out to the well and practically drag her inside, with her fighting me the whole way. She kept yelling that Marvin was really gonna get me now. Then the same thing happened a few days later, only that time, Beth bit me and ran back to the well when I let go of her. And I mean a proper bite. She broke the skin. Dad had to go get her. He said that she couldn't play by the well anymore if she was going to behave that way. She threw a tantrum for the rest of the night and got herself grounded through the weekend, which was this past weekend, by the way. On Sunday, my parents went to a friend's wedding, left me home to babysit. Beth was not supposed to be allowed outside. Normally, I would have let her and just brought her back in before they came home, but I was still mad. I knew she would sneak out while I was in the shower, but sue me. I didn't mind the idea of dragging her back inside. Sure enough, I got dressed, and there she was, out by the well. Leaned over the grate like she was trying to see the bottom. As I got closer, I could hear her talking to Marvin. She was saying something like, "Once you get out, you can scare them all, and we can play together forever." Then I noticed that she had an ice pick in her hand. She was going to chip away at the stone around the grate. Before I could say anything, a second voice made me freeze in place. It was unusually deep, like someone was using one of those voice-changing apps. I couldn't make out everything it said, but it was definitely agreeing with her. When I finally unfroze, I rushed forward to look into the well. I saw a stark white figure. I don't mean I saw a Caucasian. I mean white, like the color of paper. Its eyes were black holes. I could only see a portion of its body, but what I saw was emaciated. It looked at me, made an insane growling noise as it vanished into the darkness. I was so scared I snatched up Beth and ran back to the house. She laughed maniacally the whole way, like this was the proudest moment of her life. I tried calling my parents, but they didn't answer. That was the same time the actual wedding ceremony was supposed to be taking place. Beth said Marvin hated me the most and would get me first once he got out. When I had time to calm down, I realized I would sound crazy if I told my parents the truth. They don't believe in stuff like Marvin. I didn't either until that weekend. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I recorded her threatening me. She was saying that Marvin would come into my room while I slept, and all sorts of things that no 6-year-old should even know to say. She sounded evil and psychotic. When my parents came home, I told them I heard a man's voice talking back to her and thought that someone was actually getting in and out of the well somehow. Then I showed them the video. I've never seen them so mortified. They still thought I imagined the voice, but agreed the well has to go. No matter how or why, It's affecting Beth in the worst ways. They hired some people to come fill the well with cement, and they expect that to be the end of it. I just really hope they're right. When I was a kid, there was a tree deep in the woods near my house. It was enormous, old in a way that made it feel different from the rest of the forest, like it had been there long before anything else. The base was thick, gnarled, and hollowed out in one section, forming a dark opening just big enough for someone to crawl into. Everyone in our neighborhood, maybe the town, knew about it. Some called it the listening tree. Others called it the door. I never knew where those names came from, but I knew the rules. Don't go in it. Kids whispered about people who disappeared there. No one had proof, of course, but there were stories. A boy in the 60s. He'd ran away from home and was never seen again. Or a hunter whose tracks led to the tree and simply stopped. A pair of brothers who claimed that they crawled inside just for a second, only to stumble out in the middle of the night, hours after the search party had started looking for them. I never put much stock into the stories until the summer I was 12. That was the year my best friend Danny and I decided that we were going to see what was inside the tree for ourselves. It was the kind of stupid idea that only kids can come up with, equal parts curiosity and arrogance, assuming the rules don't apply to you. We made a whole plan. Snuck out just before sunset, took our bikes as far as the trail would allow, and then hiked the rest of the way. That forest is dense. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. It took longer than expected, and by the time we got there, the last of the light was slipping away. The tree was even bigger than I remembered. The hollowed-out section was a perfect yawning blackness against the rough bark. As we got closer, everything felt off. The woods were silent, like everything was waiting for something. Danny was braver than me, or maybe just dumber. He crouched at the entrance, shining his flashlight inside. "It's bigger in there than it looks," he muttered. Then, before I could stop him, he shoved the flashlight between his teeth and started crawling inside. I panicked, but I don't really know why. Maybe it was how quiet everything was. Maybe it was the way that the darkness inside the tree seemed to swallow the light of his flashlight. "Danny, don't," I said, a little delayed. He ignored me, already halfway inside. And then he was gone. Not in a slow way, not in a normal way, just gone. 1 second I could see the soles of his shoes, and the next there was nothing. The light from his flashlight disappeared like someone had shut a door. I wanted to call out, but my throat felt really tight, like something was pressing against it. I worked up the courage to get closer to the tree. I shined my light inside, expecting to see Danny. I saw nothing, just dirt and roots. I couldn't bring myself to also go inside the tree, so I waited, and I waited, and I waited for a long time. Occasionally, I would get closer to the tree and lightly call for Danny. I was getting worried. I was going to have to tell my parents or someone what we did. Then suddenly, Danny was there again, crawling backward out of the hollow, gasping like he'd been holding his breath for too long. I yanked him the rest of the way out, asking him, "What the hell? Where did you go?" Danny just stared at me, wide-eyed. "I didn't go anywhere," he said. We argued about it the whole way back. He swore that he'd only been inside for a second, that it had just been empty, nothing but dirt and roots. But I knew that wasn't true. Sure, I'd looked inside and seen the same thing, but I didn't see Danny. By that time, we'd been gone for about an hour. That's what my parents said when they found us sneaking back into the house, and that's what the clock said. But even with all that proof, Danny stood by his story. He'd been in the tree for barely a second. But after that day, Danny refused to talk about it. If I ever brought it up, he would just shake his head and change the subject. Eventually, I stopped asking and arguing. I moved away years ago, but every now and then I still dream about that tree. I dream about that dark hollow in its trunk. Sometimes I dream that Danny never came back out. Sometimes I dream that something else came out instead. This story may be hard to believe, especially since I don't have the photo at hand, but I promise I'm telling the truth. When I was a kid, I went on a church service trip to New Orleans. Our aim was to help clean up remaining damages from when Katrina hit. About midway into our trip, we helped remove brush and debris from some old plot of land so that a playground could be built. We were all ecstatic because the day was incredibly productive, and we really believed that the spiritual forces of good, godliness, were at work through us. That night, we visited Bourbon Street to have dinner, listen to some live music, and celebrate the work that had been done. At some point, one of the church leaders was taking pictures and pointed her camera to the sky, facing a distant casino. The sky was clear, no clouds. She snapped a photo, and when the screen displayed her photo, there was a silver-looking face, smiling heinously, while clasping his hands, protecting the casino. His face seemed metallic with many wrinkles. If you can imagine the Heath Ledger Joker, but without eyes, a huge mouth, no teeth, and many wrinkles. Like fabric being pulled in multiple directions. That's what it looked like. It had wet-looking orange hair that draped about midway down its face. Its nose was half missing. The entire group went hysterical when they all looked at the photo, and the rest of the night, we were disturbed. The joy that we had felt all day instantly went away. Few of us slept. I had a variety of hallucinations in the dark, of demons falling into me. I didn't get any sleep. There were a few girls in the room next to me who I could hear crying in terror about what had just taken place. I say all of this to illustrate how the incident felt like a direct, successful attempt to hijack our spirits of positive energy. One person in the group tried to come up with multiple natural explanations for the incident, but the leader who took the photo always had new details to explain how there wasn't a natural explanation for what had taken place. This incident alone has been enough to keep my agnostic ass alert and aware of all possibilities. I've lived in my current home for over 17 years now. It's in Cape Cod, in a quiet neighborhood, built in 1956, and I'm a single mother, which will be relevant later. The house has 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 down. My girls were preteens when we moved into the home, and I, in my infinite wisdom, decided that they should have the upstairs bedrooms, so when they became teenagers, I could tell if they were trying to sneak out of the house. I did not consider the possibility that they might climb out the windows, but that's a story for another day. After the first night, my oldest daughter told me that her bedroom was haunted. She knew this because the fan blades moved on their own. I scoffed at that, said that it had to be the wind, but she swore the windows weren't open. I still didn't believe her. Still, the atmosphere was kind of creepy upstairs, and I didn't really like being up there, especially in my younger daughter's room. It was just unsettling in there. Within a couple of months, my younger daughter told me that her ceiling fan blades moved on their own also. I blew her off like I did her older sister, but she insisted that they moved, stopped, and then moved in the opposite direction. I thought it was an exaggeration, because she was a dramatic child, but I couldn't deny that there was a little something going on. I could hear footsteps when no one was there. In fact, a few times I hollered up the stairs because I heard someone moving around, and when I got no answer, went up to check, and there was no one there. The years went by, and my oldest daughter moved out. Younger daughter moved into her room, and they had long since stopped complaining because I didn't take it seriously. I figured even if it was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but whatever. Then one day, my youngest daughter and I were in the kitchen, and we heard a loud thump in the living room. I had a heavy Waterford crystal clock. It was on the sofa table, and now it was on the ground, several feet away from the table. There was no way it just fell over, and no way it could have launched itself a couple of feet. Again, unsettling, and I was pissed because now my clock was chipped. My oldest eventually had a daughter, and she spent a lot of time at the house. As she learned to speak, she started asking me who the mean man in my house was. I said, "Honey, there's no man in my house." But one time, my youngest daughter was there when she said it. She glared at me and said, "Mom, she's pointing at the upstairs window." More time passed, and my youngest daughter moved out. After all these years downstairs, I decided it was time to occupy the master bedroom upstairs. My oldest daughter and her boyfriend were now living with me. Her boyfriend was Native American, practiced saging. I asked him to help me prep the room so I could occupy the upstairs. He came downstairs looking ill. He said, "Miss Julie, the vibes in that room are so bad. I got sick." He burned some sage and cleansed the room. It was better and allowed him to work, but it still wasn't good. I'd made up my mind though, so we prepped the rooms anyway. We scraped and painted and replaced the floors, and I moved my furniture upstairs. The second night in my newly remodeled room, the television popped on at 3 a.m. It startled me. But I thought maybe my granddaughter had inadvertently programmed a timer to turn the TV on when she was playing with the remote. I checked the settings on the TV the next day, and there was no such function available. I told my youngest what happened, and she said, "The lights used to pop on all the time in the middle of the night. Welcome to the upstairs." I then consulted with a local psychic, one who's famous for working with the police to solve crimes. I told him nothing about the incidents, except to ask if there were any entities in my house. He said that there was an angry male that occupied the upstairs. He said the man was disabled, couldn't navigate the stairs easily. So he spent almost all of his time up there and was very resentful. He correctly identified that the room in between the 2 bedrooms, now a bathroom, was once a walk-in closet. He also said that sometimes, when he identified an entity, he or she would leave just because they knew he was onto them. So, as a single female, one of my biggest fears in life has always been waking up and finding someone standing over me. It's a huge trigger for me. One night, soon after consulting the psychic, I woke up and felt someone standing over me. There was no one there that I could see, but I could feel them, regardless, as if they were right next to my bed. I sat up and yelled, telling them to get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Get out. I haven't felt that presence in my house ever since. It's been nearly a year, fingers crossed. I don't know if it was the psychic who was onto him, or me telling it to leave, but I think we're good. I still burn sage though, just in case. A lot of sage. I don't know if my experience really depicts a transparent or not human figure that usually comes to mind when thinking of a ghost, but I don't know what else to call it. The whole thing is inexplicable, I guess. When we moved into this area, no one had built a home on this particular plot, like ever, so we anxiously awaited for construction to wrap up so we could move in. Excited to be in a spacious, brand new home, never lived in by anyone. The time came and we quickly moved in and set everything up. Everything was so bright, shiny, full of dreams for the future. It was the beginning of our lives together. Everything was perfect. Now I had heard stories from other people in the area, things whispered about in private amongst trusted friends. My friend's family was from the area, a few blocks away, and growing up I heard them talk about some things they'd encountered. I listened and didn't doubt what they saw, but it was safe to say I forgot all about it. This was my friend's eccentric aunt. Who knows what she was into? I heard them, but never really registered that these were actual things that had happened, or things I needed to worry about. So, back to moving into our new home. The stories that I'd heard 15 years ago, they didn't come to mind. We got all set up, and the first little while was blissfully peaceful. A place all to ourselves. Thinking about wedding planning and such. At first, it was just a loud bang in the middle of the night. We chalked it up to a new house, settling, something shifting in the cupboards. Then it started to become something that we couldn't explain away. The previously locked and checked back door would be heard, the lock clicking as it was unlocked, and then slowly swung open. As the months went on, it became bolder and bolder. My fiancé and I would have friends over for dinner and a movie. They'd stop eating or pause the movie to ask, "Who's upstairs?" As heavy, painfully slow footsteps moved around above our head, clearly heard by all. It sounded like a person wearing large, heavy work boots was walking over the wood floors, like a man heavy-set. They just paced from room to room and through the halls. Sometimes the click of a door handle opening would also be heard. It walked further into the room, and something would be knocked over, slamming to the floor. Of course, the guys would run upstairs, only to find that nothing was there, and no one. Our friends would seem on edge for the rest of the night, eager to leave after. The noise from the second floor carried on throughout the evening. If we were upstairs and in bed, it sounded like someone was rifling through our kitchen cupboards and pantry, pot clanging, boxes shifting. It was very loud and intentional. But as soon as you went downstairs to investigate, the noise would stop. If you were in bed upstairs, the footsteps would slowly creep up the stairs. One step would creak, just as heavy and just as slow. Some nights, my heart was beating out of my chest because it would make its way to the top of the stairs, and it was as if the owner of the heavy boot steps would walk through my bedroom door any second. Talk about anxiety. As it carried on through the months, any overpowering feeling of being watched, it appeared. There was just a heaviness to the atmosphere in the home, which was never present before, not in our relationship anyway. It felt so thick. One week I had to leave on a trip with my fiancé staying behind. He was in the shower on my first night away, and something screamed at him. He said it was so loud and ugly, he hit the floor. It sounded like it was coming from every direction. He stayed at our friend's place for the rest of the week, refusing to go back home. Something else happened, but he never wanted to talk about it. When I was home alone at night, I'd be tucked into bed reading with my dog sleeping at the end of the bed. I'd suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me from the darkest corner of the room, where the closet was. I'd ignore it and continue reading. My dog would suddenly jump up from a deep slumber, and he'd just stand there, staring into the corner intently, the same place I felt I was being watched from. He was a timid dog who never barked. For that first year, I didn't think he even had a voice. He was so quiet. But he let out a loud, scary, alerting of actual danger growl, and his hair would stand straight up. He backed his little body into my foot, as if he was trying to protect me. Eventually, the feeling would pass, and he'd lay back down and go back to sleep. I thought that ignoring whatever was happening was the best way to deal with it, give it no attention. It sorta came to a head one bright autumn day. Our upstairs bedrooms have large windows that let in a ton of natural light from all sides. They were open all day. The sun was low but so bright in the sky, and it filled every corner of the house. I went upstairs to charge my phone, check emails, and I got sidetracked with a quick iPhone game. I was laying horizontally across the bed, facing the door to the hallway, when slowly this blacker than black, very large and very tall figure slowly and silently glided through the middle of the hallway. It was not like a shadow. It was like it absorbed 100% of the light. I had seen it clearly. It looked like it was wearing a large, wide-brimmed flat-top hat with a heavy, long jacket down to the ankles. It was pure black, with a crisp outline against the brightly lit walls. It moved left to right, past the door, and straight into the bathroom. My heart skipped a beat. I felt like the air left the room and my lungs. My mind went blank. What the hell was that? I lay there in silence. My fiancé was busily cooking dinner downstairs. I could hear him, but I was too afraid to move. I processed what I had just seen and leapt off the bed, went tearing down the stairs. My parents had actually heard the thing in the house. That's when we brought our minister in. We had a house blessing and warming, and for a while, things were actually quieting down. Several months passed, just enough for us to let our guard down, I guess. However, things between me and my fiancé started to shift. We decided to take a break, and he moved out. Then this presence came back with vengeance, like our minister suggested it would. It became even louder, even stronger, and the feeling of being watched was intense. During this period, it started to throw things across the kitchen into the dining room. Several heavy objects scattered in a 20-foot long trail. One morning, I found the countertops and the top of the refrigerator cleared, as if someone cleared off a desk in one aggressive swipe, flinging contents everywhere. The back door would be found open nightly, despite having the door and the lock changed or checked and rechecked. During intense thunder and lightning storms, this thing seemed to get stronger. It made more noise all throughout the night. It scared the hell out of my 13-year-old sister, who only wanted to spend her weekends with me. She woke up to hearing and physically feeling the vibrations from the footfalls as it was pacing around her bed. One night, it felt as if someone heavy sat on the edge of my bed. The springs actually made a strained noise, and I felt the bed shift. My pastor told me if I didn't start attending church, it would come back threefold, and it did. I didn't go back to church, though. Instead, I moved out of that house. My ex-fiancé and I got back together, bought a condo somewhere a bit further from town, and got married. We both sort of couldn't understand why we separated to begin with. Still can't. Ghost, demon, or what? We blame the house, and we're happy it's behind us. I still can't believe the things that went on there. Hopefully the new owners had better luck. I was with my mom when she'd gotten news that my Uncle Jake had gone missing off a boat in the Puget Sound. He had apparently gone overboard and he couldn't swim, so they told us they probably wouldn't find him alive. It had already been almost 2 days. That night, the phone rang. I stayed seated at the kitchen table while my mom answered. Her face went white as a ghost, and then she said in a tone that still worries me to this day, "Who is this?" And the caller hung up. I asked her who it was. She said she didn't know, and that it sounded like my uncle. The only thing that he said before hanging up was, "Help me, Jeannie. Please help me." My mom called her sister-in-law to tell her about the call, but she didn't answer. Later that same evening, she called my mom back, but she wasn't returning the missed call. She was calling to tell my mom they'd found my uncle's body. He'd washed ashore, likely dead for a couple of days. On February 27th, 2023, my friend was driving home from work down a country road between 5 and 6 p.m. He saw an unknown creature less than a mile from my house. It was at the road's edge, as if it were about to cross. It was pitch black, very furry, with a bobbed tail. It had a pit bull's face, jowls, ears. It was slender but muscular, and it stood on all fours. It saw my friend but paid him no attention. Instead, it turned around slowly and leapt back into the woods like a frog, with its legs splayed in opposite directions. It was roughly the size of a Great Dane, but he couldn't identify much else. This was in a wooded area next to a small bayou, and there's a nook that leads into the woods. That same night, I heard strange thuds and wood bowing sounds around midnight, like something was climbing a wooden structure. I'm not sure if it's related, but 6 years ago, I saw something strange leap between one section of the woods to another, across the highway, about a half mile from my house. It was black, hairy, and ape-like. 3 years ago, my wife and I heard tapping on the window around midnight. We laughed at first, but my cousin, who lived across the street, called and said something big was in our yard, and he said that it had run into the woods. We investigated and heard it rustling through trees, but never saw it. The next morning, there was a large, bare, humanoid footprint outside the window that we heard the tapping at. That same year, a friend and I were hanging out, and I saw something strange walk into my cousin's yard. It was large, black, and furry. It walked on all fours, and it looked like a pig, but we couldn't determine what it was. It had a dog-like snout with the stature and size of a hog or a large bear cub. It sniffed a circle around his house and went back into the woods. Last year, I was driving on my road at night, and there's a curve about a half a mile where my friend saw the creature. In the curve, my headlights shined into the woods and revealed eyes shining 6 feet off the ground. I stopped the car to examine it, but I didn't see anything else. I only noticed the smell of rotting meat as it flooded the car, and I promptly left. Not too long after that incident, I was outside at midnight, heard a strange noise in my cousin's yard. I shined a flashlight over there, saw a shiny pair of eyes at average height. It looked at me and continued walking toward the woods. In my experience, most things come to a stop when you spotlight them, but not this thing. I continued to shine the light into the woods, and it returned 15 feet further down the tree line, where it stared back at me before turning back. I continued shining the light and caught it once more in the same place. It looked at me for another moment and turned away. I didn't see it again, but I had an eerie feeling that it was sentient. For the past 2 weeks, my entire property has stank of skunk. Our house gets sprayed from time to time, but the smell usually dissipates after 2 days. This time, it's been almost 2 weeks, and the smell is even pungent by the road. My house seems to be the epicenter. The smell extends roughly 100 yards around my house in all directions. I considered all of these instances to be strange coincidences until my friend saw that creature yesterday. Now I'm not ruling them out as possible encounters. Any and all guesses as to what the nature of this creature is are appreciated. I'm a 28-year-old male, but this happened when I was just 15. I loved smoking weed back then, so I was basically smoking with my friends every day. I grew up in the UK, and my town was pretty big, with a population of nearly 100,000. The place I lived was like an estate full of houses. I had a best friend at the time who lived about a 20 to 25-minute walk from my house, but in order to get there, you had to walk through a wooded area that led to a big lake that you could walk around to get near his house. So one day, randomly, I was out with my friend who I just mentioned, plus many others, when we noticed a lot of police presence in the area, near the woods. Plus, there was a police helicopter in the air. Being curious, we followed the police to the woodlands that separated our houses. We went through the woods to the lake where the police and ambulance workers were, along with many bystanders at this point. We got there and started asking people we knew what happened. We were told that a young boy around the age of 7 had drowned in the lake, near the path where everyone was gathering. Over the next couple of days, police were trawling the lake, looking for the child. They knew he was there because his friend had ran for help when he fell in and couldn't get out. 2 or 3 days after he slipped in, the authorities found the young boy's body, which was big news in my town. No later than 24 hours after the boy was found, the local council installed a black metal bench on the footpath near where he had died, with a little plaque commemorating his life. Okay, so that very next day, I was out with my friend over near where I lived. We were getting high with a bunch of other friends that we knew. By the time we were done getting high, we decided to go back to his house to sleep, because my mom would have gone crazy over the fact that we were high. We started to walk back to his house at around 11 p.m. It was really dark out. We passed my house and eventually got to the woods. We walked through the woods and got to the start of the lake. We started walking down the side of the lake, down the path towards where the kid had drowned and the bench was. We were just talking nonsense as high teens did, when I noticed that there was a man sitting on the bench. Now, I was a little bit freaked out by this, but I didn't say anything yet. It was 11 p.m. near the woods in the dark. It was creepy, but when I got a little closer, I noticed that I could see what the man was wearing. He was dressed as a priest. You know, black jacket, white collar. Upon seeing the priest, I sighed some relief because I just presumed he was praying or something. Most likely for the kid that had drowned in that spot 4 days earlier. So after noticing this priest, I just watched him sit there as I got closer and closer. I didn't say anything to my friend who was right next to me, but we collectively stopped talking once we noticed the man. As we got closer, it was more obvious that he was a priest. And then, once we got within 5 meters, he was gone. I felt like I blinked and he just disappeared. When we were walking past the actual bench where I'd seen him, there was nobody there. But if he was to have just gotten up and walked away, I'd have seen him. It's a one-way track. After I got to the bench, I turned to my friend, who was just as confused and spooked as I was. I asked him if he'd just seen that man that sat on the bench. I didn't want to say what type of man because the way he was dressed was very obvious as to what type of man he was. But as I asked him, "Did you see that man that sat on the bench?" he said, "Yeah, the guy dressed like a priest." When I tell you my heart sunk, I can't explain that feeling or that situation to this day. What gets me is I purposely asked my friend if he'd seen the man. He corrected me by saying the priest. If it was a person, they'd have to get up and walk away from us in a straight line down the path, which we'd have seen, or they'd have to walk past us. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. When I was around 10 years old, my cousins and I used to spend time at our grandfather's house. We would play at scaring each other in his dark room. The last person to leave would win the game. One August day, after we had just started playing, I saw a figure in a black cloak walk right by me before disappearing into thin air. I was obsessed with ghosts, so we tried to communicate with the entity. I told the others that everyone needed to wait outside, except for myself and one other person to serve as a witness. The others were only supposed to come in and turn on the lights when they heard me say the word lamp. Once they were gone, I held out my hand and I asked the entity to hold it. After a few seconds, I felt something long and sharp touch my thumb. I panicked, started repeating lamp, until the others came in and turned on the lights. My 6-year-old cousin, who had stayed in the room, was sitting on the bed, trembling. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he saw a figure with very long nails holding my hand. Apparently, something from another world touched me. I was so scared that I've never tried to communicate with it again. I was 12 when this happened. My brother, older cousin, and I grew up on a reservation near a mountain. There's several towns and a city just 5 miles away from our hometown, but as teens we played by an old creek near my house. In May of 2008, we spent a couple of hours having a water gun fight there. As I was filling my gun, I saw what looked like a bear's left arm from the shoulder joint. It was covered in brown fur, rotten green meat, and a little blood. I pulled it out of the mud, and it was exactly like a human hand. It had a palm with fingers and nails, but much larger. I screamed and fetched my brother and cousin so that they could look at it too. They wanted to bring it home, but we vomited repeatedly due to the stench. It was also heavy. So we took turns carrying it until we finally were able to show our uncle and grandmother. They were angry with us for touching it, let alone taking it. So our uncle put it into his wheelbarrow and walked away. He returned a few hours later, without the arm. Our grandmother told us a story that she had heard from her father. She told us to stay away from the mountains. because they've been occupied longer than we've been on this earth. She didn't believe the story, so she went toward the mountains to look for berries and tree sap. But when she got closer, she saw what looked like 4 large bears standing on the mountainside, and they were walking like men. She called them Bigfoot. I never spoke of it or even mentioned it again until a couple of years ago, when I asked my grandmother what she thought happened to the rest of that arm's body. She said that Bigfoot are like bears, extremely territorial and aggressive when scared or threatened. Her grandfather used to burn their bones whenever one died. That way, the white people wouldn't find them and hunt the rest. Years later, 2021, my cousin and I returned to that mountain for a hunting trip, but we only found a giant teepee hut with thick brown hair inside. I showed my grandmother the pictures to see if she remembered anything similar, and she did. She even had 4 Polaroid pictures of her own, showing other giant teepee huts, and one photo with 3 large bear-like creatures walking upright like a human. She made me promise to never tell or show anyone the photos. She doesn't think anyone would believe us either way, but worries for them, I think. We've spent the majority of our lives in the bush, hunting and fishing. I'm still questioning things so much. Life is different now. My people call it Bigfoot, or some of you might call it Sasquatch. Either way, it's just like another person. They won't bother us if we don't bother them. I need you to hear me out because I promise you, what I experienced in that old library in Massachusetts, it was not a figment of my imagination. I'd heard whispers about paranormal activity from within the walls, but chose to brush them off. I kind of regret that choice now. One evening, with the library held hostage by a roaring thunderstorm, I found myself alone in the furthest corner, poring over books in a language I couldn't decipher. Suddenly, a chill crept up my spine as the hairs on the back of my neck stiffened. Out of nowhere, I sensed a presence behind me. Still disbelieving, I turned, expecting to find a colleague playing a prank. But as I turned, I was met with an ethereal figure, floating inches above the ground. It was a woman, dressed in old-fashioned attire, her eyes hollow, her facial features distorted in silent agony. I bolted from the room, unable to catch my breath as I clawed my way down the hallway. I heard the woman's anguished wail following me. Now, I know you might respond with skepticism, but I've shared this story because I understand the dangers of dismissing such experiences. Believe me, that haunted Massachusetts library has a dark history not to be ignored.
Years ago, before my partner and I were married, we'd inherited a camper from a family friend and decided that early, before summer, we would take some vacation time to break it in. Since we always traveled with our dogs and 2 cats, we like to find spots that are slightly hidden and away from active roadways. This was perfect since we naturally enjoyed small towns, ghost towns, if you will. Originally from Montana, that's where this story takes place. We had just stopped at a gas station around Missoula, Montana, and we're headed to Garnett, Montana, which was about an hour away. We'd asked our friends who were familiar with the area if there were camping spots that fit our general expectations. And since they were outfitters from the Billings area, they suggested something a bit more secluded. So far, we'd been successful driving across Montana, picking a town and camping near it just for a night. This was about a week into our trip, and up to this point, nothing creepy had happened at all. a lot of nature, and a lot of history. That was about it. But I was especially excited for Garnet. We continue forward towards the mountain range our friends had told us about, and we see the markings they'd mentioned to keep an eye out for. It was essentially 2 giant boulders next to a dirt path on the right-hand side of the road. It was just past the last sign for Garnet, but not quite as far. As we make our drive up the back side of the mountain, off the main road, I see a couple abandoned cars and a few run-down houses. Clearly uninhabited, one would think. Nothing too weird or out of the ordinary for towns that we've known to have been populated but are no longer. But I can't shake the pit in my stomach. It's growing. We get further up and past what looks like an old parking area for some business that could have potentially been there at one point, but no building. The higher we drive, the more my instinctual unease kicks in. Instinctual. You know, the flight of fight or flight mode. Adding to this feeling, my dogs start to go nuts. Of course, at first I wrote it off as them needing to get out. They sensed that we were slowing down, perhaps. So we finally find a flat spot of land, and I realized my partner and I hadn't spoken the whole drive up. Probably 45 minutes. He goes to get out of the car to see if it's level, and just as he did, I grabbed his hand. The dogs barking like crazy, whining, and the cats pacing side to side. I ask him, please don't turn off the lights. I think I saw eyes before we stopped. He just looks at me confused. He says that he doesn't know why he has to, but he'll leave the cabin lights on because he's got to go check outside. Completely missing the eyes comment. When he gets out, all I can think about is how it's watching. Then all I can think about is that I don't even know what it is, but I'm sure that I saw eyes, possibly red eyes. And I felt that they were following our movements. I couldn't help but think that our animals thought that too. One of our dogs is focused on my partner, whining excessively and then scratching to get out, then looking back at my partner. When he gets back in, I tell him not to let the dogs out yet. And he says, we should just go. Something isn't right. We camp a lot, and I get a bit spooked sometimes. But for as long as I've known him, my husband never does. Even when I get scared, we usually hang out and relax, and then it's fine. We've never left a spot because I've been alarmed by something. So when he said we should go, I knew that he felt it too, that flight feeling. We began to head down a different road, a paved one, towards I-90, driving very fast. And as fast as we were driving, I could still hear a rumble, like something very large was running or driving behind us. I looked in the rearview mirror, but the dogs were in the way, and the tint in the camper was so dark. You can't see well at night, but whatever it was, our dogs and cats were fixated on it, and the tension was growing. I could see that it wasn't a car. Suddenly, the dogs are pacing, the cats meowing, scratching to get out as we're driving at high speeds. Now my partner and I are bickering, not really about anything and not seriously, basically just about what we don't understand. Then it starts to snow, hard, out of nowhere. It's nearing the end of May, almost June, so definitely weren't expecting snowfall quite like this. We grow quieter as we come around to a turn, the rumble growing closer to us from behind and louder as we try to slow the vehicle. And just as we rounded the turn, a large, stark white rabbit dashes in front of the camper, and we hit it instantly, surely killing it. As I see its condition in the rear view, a hush fell over all of us. all the way until we got down the mountain and onto a side road. All the anxiety we felt was gone. The cats were calm, the dogs were settled in. Cut to our new camping spot, which was a short drive from where the snowstorm and chase had been. I didn't know if my partner noticed the chase or if he was just super focused on the road. But either way, we all felt safe now. And in this new spot, we experienced zero creepiness until the next day. It had stopped snowing while we slept, but still cold enough to where you could see our footprints from the night before, snow having not yet melted away. As we're driving back into Garnet, on the paved mountain road we came in on, we noticed the point when we ascend the mountain, where we were just before we hit the rapid the night before. Suddenly, we both start feeling nervous. I looked at my husband after we made the big turn and I said, "Where's the rabbit?" It was gone. No carcass, no blood, no tracks. No trace it had been there at all. We agreed that something could have gotten it, but absolutely no trace in the white snow. Very strange. We were the only tire tracks, as far as I could tell, on the trail, and the snow wasn't deep enough to have buried the animal at the end, because we could see our distinct tracks from the previous night. Just no rabbit tracks. No rabbit. So, we get to the ghost town of Garnet and we're talking to the rangers about the strangeness on the mountain, about the bad feeling we had, that I had, and about the rabbit. One of the men says, "Yeah, there's something up here, for sure." While another says, "I wouldn't stay by myself at night." And then he sort of smiles and says, "What exactly did you see or feel?" So, I tell him that I felt fear, a primal fear. I felt whatever I was hearing, what I was afraid of, was not human. I told him that I didn't think it was a ghost, and that it wasn't a crazy person, as it kept speed with our vehicle and sounded as if it was on all fours. I told them that as strange as it may sound, I felt like this thing wanted to eat us. The animals, for sure, but also me and my partner. I felt like we were being momentarily hunted. I also pointed out that at one point, I thought I saw its red eyes, but I couldn't be sure. That was when I asked my husband to keep the cabin light on when he went outside, just before he said that we should leave. He looked at me and then at the men, saying, "I felt it the moment I got out of the car. After that, everything is sort of a blur until the rabbit incident." One of the men takes a deep breath while looking at the other and says, "There's a Wendigo up here. Do you know what that is?" I didn't, but when he described the lore, I about cried. That was exactly what I felt. The feelings they invoke, the damage they try to cause, internally, externally. After hearing it all, I was 100% sure that those eyes were the eyes of a Wendigo. One that tried to get us somehow. Even crazier, it didn't. Now, skip to a few months later. Since the Rangers mentioned Navajo in their explanations to me about the Wendigo, I decided to tell our story to my stepdad. He's someone who is very much into history, especially Native American history. So he lets me finish and then says, "You two know what rabbits are, right? What they symbolize?" Of course I did not, so we both shake our heads, no. He continues, "Rabbits are often believed to be warrior spirits, and they say that when the rabbit comes, He's fighting for you. That rabbit sacrificed himself for you guys that night. A chill ran over me, and my husband too. He looked at me and said, "After the rabbit?" And I finished. It stopped chasing us. The Wendigo. It stopped chasing us. When I was about 11 years old, we lived in Texas. We'd lived there for several years, but recently had moved to a new, bigger house. It was bigger, but much further away from practically everything. I had to change schools, which I didn't really mind. Well, the house came with its fair share of oddities, and I would experience them right away. It was early into our move because we had boxes everywhere. I'd gone to the kitchen to get something to drink before finishing unpacking my room. On the way back, I stopped to pet my cats who were laying on the sofa. As I did, I felt something strange happen with my hearing. It was like someone put earmuffs on me and everything was muted. My cats and my dog, they all seemed rather calm. I looked up and around, my eyes making their way over to the large fish tank that sat in the main room. There was a woman, not a shadow, but a woman, with light-colored hair that looked to be pulled about halfway back in a long blue robe. She looked about the age of my mom or maybe my aunt. She was as visible, as solid, as the wall she stood in front of. I'd never seen this woman before, and just as I went to call out to her, I could see that her feet were not touching the ground. She appeared to be standing on a solid surface, but about a foot off the floor. I wasn't scared at this point, just carefully observing, so maybe I was actually in the same trance-like state. As I continued to watch the woman, I saw her lift her arm and point just behind me. Turning to look, I jumped as the phone rang. My hearing certainly wasn't muted anymore. I stared at the phone, knowing I wasn't going to pick it up. Then my mom ran in and picked up the phone. Just then, I turned around, but the woman was gone. I looked back at my mom, who's on her second or third hello, and then I watched her hang up and start to walk away, but I stopped her, asking her who was on the phone. She told me it was no one. It was silent and all she could hear was an echo. Then she really walked away. The next observation I made was while in the kitchen. Since I usually shadowed my mom in there, she thought I had accidentally turned the stove off. I hadn't. This went on for weeks. Finally, we both watched it turn off together. My mom seemed to think that it was the stove itself, but I couldn't help but notice each time this would happen with the stove, the phone would ring. And each time, no one. I recall my mom chalking things up to bad electrical and telemarketers. This explanation held up as the activity sort of faded away after those first couple weeks. Just a year after that experience, I found myself very interested in family trees, stuff like that. My mom, not being a family historian by any means, took me to see my grandma. She had kept all the photos and had a wealth of information. Sitting on her floor, going through photo albums, I pointed to a photo. It was the woman from our living room. That's when my grandma explained that her sister, my great-aunt, was killed in a car accident when she was in her early 40s. My grandma also explained that my great-aunt was a practicing Guardian priestess. Yeah, at the time, I definitely didn't know what that was. She told me my great-aunt believed in paganism, and my grandma said that I was a kindred spirit, which is probably why she came to visit me and to show herself. I feel like I've since picked up where my great-aunt left off. So no fear about the experience. I only wish that I would have been the one to answer those calls. I had a couple of motion-censored cameras that I set up only recently because I no longer have roommates. And it's nice to know your house is secure even when you're not home. The motion sensors are on every window, every door, but also above the fireplace and in the kitchen. And facing the back door, I have the cameras that start recording when the motion is detected. They aren't really anything fancy. I got them off Amazon, but they definitely worked enough while I kept them on. 2 days after I set this whole thing up, I started getting alerts while at work. This had made me curious at first. I wanted to know how it would react to things like my dog walking around the house. But then it kept happening and I wouldn't see the dog there anymore. When I got home, I tried to readjust the settings. And when I was doing this, I discovered that one of the 3 cameras had died. It was the one above the fireplace, essentially the main one. I decided to get extension cords and keep them all plugged in so that I wouldn't have to worry about changing the batteries. But I kept getting the alerts, even after adjusting the settings. Eventually, I stopped looking at the alerts, at the footage. Until that night when I went through the footage, just to see. And I saw the normal. My dog walking by once. Several times there was nothing. But then, for no more than 1 second, a white figure, shorter than an adult, more the size of a tall child or teenager. I combed through previous footage, and nothing. So I watched this one on repeat, the one I attached. And it's clearly a figure. A white, human figure. No idea what it means, who it was, or what. The thing is, I've lived in this house for a while, but I've always lived with roommates. Always with the notion that someone else is in the home. But now, living alone for some time, and for the first time in years, I'm just questioning everything. I don't know if afraid is the right word, but I did remove the system. I can easily hook it back up if I change my mind, but I don't think that I'm someone who needs like a whole bunch of proof. I think I'm okay with just that one sighting. Growing up without a father, but a close-knit family, my grandpa was everything to me. My grandparents in general were mine and my brother's world. Going to their house always gave me that before Christmas feeling. It's safe to say that by the time I entered the world, my grandpa had already had several health issues. Diabetes, and previously suffered a stroke. Being a kid, most of these things were unknown to me. Mainly the severity of them all. I would see my grandma stick my grandpa with needles, and I knew that he couldn't use his left arm. But none of these things ever seemed to slow him down. It's safe to say that his death officially rocked my world. You see, just before he died, our family moved to Washington State. So prior to my grandfather passing, I thought that this was the worst feeling that one could have, moving away from everything they knew or loved. My brother and I agonized over moving, truly not understanding why it had to happen, and probably making our mom feel terrible for her decision. As an adult, I know that my mom moved us for better opportunities. She was a single mom with 2 kids who was working insane hours at a hospital just to make ends meet. We'd been living in a very run-down area outside of Fresno, California. The town of Visalia. I don't know what it's like there today, but at the time that we moved, there was a string of heinous crimes that were going around against children and against pets. Cats specifically. We'd lost 2 of our own cats to a literal cat murderer. My mom had kept these details hidden as best as she could and just started plotting our futures. Washington is definitely the place that I call home, but there were some struggles along the way. Making friends was not one of them at first. I made friends very quickly when we moved to Shoreline. We had a house, and my aunt was moving in with us. And though I missed my grandparents, she was like the next best thing when it came to people I loved. Starting out great. Winter came, and for the first time ever, we got to see snow. A whole lot of it, too. As if to say, welcome to Washington, where seasons happen. The best part about this winter was that my grandparents would be coming to visit. The worst part was that at the time, I had no idea it would be the last time that I'd see my grandpa. I definitely didn't treat the man like he was sick, because I really didn't know. I understand why certain details were being held from me. What I didn't understand is why my mom kept being so sad all the time while they were there. My brother kept asking, if she's so sad, maybe we go back to California with them. He hadn't been filled in yet either. The thing is, it wasn't supposed to really be the last time. It was only the first time that my mom and my family was learning about his cancer. I think everyone was hopeful that he was going to push through. Sad, but hopeful. Well, cancer sucks. And within only a couple of months of seeing my grandpa for the last time, he was gone. I remember sitting there while my mom tried to tell us what was going on, explaining that we'd be going to California for a funeral. I didn't know what that was. It's strange. Everything had seemed to change for everyone in my house, but I felt the same as I did before. That would change for me in a couple of days, but for whatever reason, when I boarded that plane, I was sure that my grandpa would be waiting at the gates when we arrived. The funeral. It all kicked in. Quite possibly at the worst moment ever. Even at a young age, my emotional connection to the people around me was strong. I was always the kid that was hugging the crying adult. For better or for worse, I usually joined others in their emotions. Often in an attempt to show them that they weren't alone. To show them that their pain was mine too. Even if I didn't fully understand it. Even days prior, as my mom cried and tried to explain that my grandpa was dead, I'd sat there and consoled her. I didn't know exactly why we were supposed to be sad, but I felt it radiate off of her, and I just wanted to soak it up like a sponge. We all filed into the church and we took our places on the benches. It was quiet, and I had politely asked, probably countless times, "Where's Grandpa?" Surely yanking the heart out of everyone's chest in those moments. I started to observe the faces around me. The room was sad. The whole room was my mom on the couch that day. I felt something inside of me shift, and suddenly, I knew my grandpa wasn't coming. I frantically looked at the front of the church. There was a big box, and on top of it, there was this silly picture of my grandpa. He was sitting in my favorite chair, and he had taken one of those long rope-like mop heads and placed it on his head, imitating a wig. But why was it just his picture? The first person got up to speak, and it was my aunt. We all loved Denny so much. He was the heart of this family, she began. But everything was silent for me. I looked up at my mom. She was crying. My aunt was crying. Tears filled my eyes, and I let it all out. The full realization that my grandpa had died hit me in that moment. What exactly was death? It had to be like our kitties, right? One day they were there, and now they aren't. You don't get to see them again, pet them again. So, I knew in that moment that I would never be held by my grandpa again, and I didn't understand how that was going to work. I was, for the first time in my life, deeply saddened. Naturally, the next few weeks, months, let's be honest, years, things would be tough for all sorts of reasons. We all had our own relationship with this man, and we were all trying to cope with that loss. To make matters worse, we had to move out of the house that we were living in and into a new city. A few months before this, we'd adopted a dog from the local convenience store owner. and we had to regretfully bring it back to him, as the apartment wouldn't allow for dogs. The family was feeling low, but we ended up in Mukilteo. It was unlike any place that I'd ever lived, the nicest place I'd ever lived. And if only the kids there were as nice as the scenic views. I didn't make friends like I did the first time. I was the new girl. I was the new girl who lived in the weird apartments across from the school. I was the new girl whose mom packed her lunch and it didn't look like everybody else's. I spent days crying in the bathroom, and I spent lunches picking chips out of my grapes because one of the girls thought it would be funny. She thought maybe I would cut my mouth open on it for some reason, and that would be funny to her. Apparently to a whole table full of kids, too. I hated this place. I cried every night and every day. I would hold my favorite teddy bear at night, and I would talk to my grandpa. Grandpa gave me Baby Bear when I was in the hospital. He wore this tiny little sun-made raisin shirt, and he was all I had left of Grandpa now. School had been rough. One of my only friends had moved back to Hawaii, and so I was back at square one of eating lunch alone and trying to fit in at recess. I'd been playing Foursquare with some of the kids, and this popular girl, if you will, had a new cool rain jacket. It was see-through, and it looked exactly like the one from Spice World. Anything reminiscent of the 90s, really. She was letting everyone try it on, and I mean everyone, even boys. Everyone had had a turn, and I was polite, waiting my turn, of course. One of the boys was running around with the jacket on, the girl asking for it back. He took the jacket off, and he threw it on the ground, laughing and just running around. I picked up the jacket. I wasn't going to put it on without asking. I just wanted to give it to the girl. But she snatched it from me as I handed it to her. And as she did, she made sure to exclaim loud enough for everyone to hear. "No, you're too fat to wear it. You'll rip it." I didn't want to cry in front of everyone, so I headed to the bathroom for the remainder of that recess. And that night, I was feeling about as low as a third grader could feel. I cried and cried. And just like every other night, I found myself talking to Bear, asking for Grandpa. Asking him to please just come and see me. Somehow, some way, say hi to me. I'd asked him, "Please, Grandpa," telling him that it was different this time, telling him that I just needed a hug. I laid there, tears rolling down my cheek, squeezing Baby Bear as much as I could, when suddenly I felt the familiar, warm embrace of my grandpa. I allowed myself to soak it in. I allowed myself to relax in my grandpa's arms. This was one of those feelings that was undeniable. I wasn't sure what would happen if I tried to talk to him in this moment, so I just let myself be, eventually falling asleep. I guess it's safe to say my family wasn't very communicative, especially at this time. So I never needed to tell anyone about that experience. And being the child I was a little bit concerned that somehow, some way, it might hurt somebody's feelings instead of make them feel as good as it had made me feel. Not exactly logical, but not all third graders are. It would be several years before I would see my grandpa again, and of course, only ever in dreams. At relatively significant points in my life, though. The most significant being the week before my wedding. It was a lovely dream. Everything was how it should be. Everything felt so real. The idea that my grandpa was gone, it didn't cross my mind yet. We were just cooking, eating, laughing. Just the feeling that he was literally there, and that everyone was okay because of it. My grandma was smiling. It was so beautiful, but then I had that feeling that I often do, since I tried a lucid dream. Oh shit. I'm dreaming. This isn't real. This sucks. And before I could spiral away in those thoughts, my grandpa hugged me in our dream. He told me not to worry. And when he said that, I remembered my husband, future husband at the time. He hadn't been in this dream, but he was waiting for me on the other side of it. I didn't have to worry. This same warmth and comfort that I'd experienced here, I'd found it again in the real world, and in a much different and special way. So I decided that while in that embrace, I would open my eyes. I was home. I looked at my phone, and it was my grandma, telling me that she had just had the most wonderful dream. Yeah, we were there together. I can't explain it. The one thing I know, though, is that love is so strong. So strong that even when it's gone, it's truly never gone. Love is like our superpower. So no wonder it produces experiences that are nothing short of magic. A few years ago, in my freshman year of high school, I lived in a somewhat shabby suburban neighborhood where abandoned houses were not out of the ordinary. One of them stood at the end of my street, right next to the bus stop that I used in the mornings. When it was inhabited, a single mother lived there with her 2 kids, and her daughter would swear up and down that the house was haunted. According to her daughter, she'd hear footsteps and voices, and lights would turn on and off on their own. Doors would open by themselves, and close, too. She and her family moved out of the house after a couple of months. And after what I saw, and what they said, I think I know why. One morning at around 5, I was walking down the street to the bus stop, when I happened to look over at the house. Mind you, day after day, month after month, this house was deserted. The family never put it up for sale. They just left. And so the house sat, with the lights off and the blinds closed. But this morning, all of the blinds were open, and the lights were all on. I could see straight into the house from where I stood, and I noticed that every single door and window within my line of sight was wide open, and the rooms inside were all lit up. At first I thought that maybe someone had come to clean it up or something like that, but there was no car in the driveway or on the street. There was no one in sight. There was no furniture in the house, no appliances, and there weren't any cleaning supplies. Also, it was a relatively small house, so if someone was in there, I should be able to see them. I also wasn't convinced that somebody would be working on this house at 5 a.m. I was already beyond creeped out just looking at the house in a different form. After about 10 minutes passed, I realized the bus was late, and I was stuck outside of this creepy-ass house. The longer I waited, the more paranoid I got. I kept glancing over at the house, feeling sure that someone or something was watching me from in there. Finally, the bus rounded the corner down the street, and I sighed with relief. I turned to face the house one more time, and I shit you not, I saw the front door begin to slowly close. Then, I watched it slowly open again. It took all of my willpower not to scream. Luckily, the bus pulled up seconds later, and I practically flew up the stairs and down the aisle. That's not really everything, though. No, it got a little bit creepier. This bus's route makes it so that we have to loop back and pass the house again. And as we passed my street, I looked out the window and at the house. There was something standing in the window. It was dark, despite all of the lights being on. It was completely dark. It was like someone had taken a cardboard cutout, blacked it out, and then put that in front of a window. It only had the shape, and then it quickly darted away. I'd stood there for moments and heard nothing. I was sure that no real person was in that house. That afternoon when I got home, as I walked past the house, I saw that all of the lights were off. The blinds were closed again. It looked identical to how it usually did, except for one window. The one that I saw the person in. There was no person standing in it this time, but, oh man, it felt really creepy. I sprinted home that day, and since then, no one has moved in. No one has come to officially clean the place. It remains as it has since the initial family moved. Empty, abandoned, and in my opinion, haunted as hell. I was pretty young when this happened, but it happened 2 years in a row. 2 years that I experienced the same thing. It definitely makes it harder to just brush it off. Of course, by now, nothing unsettling like it has happened, so I'm comfortable to share it as just a past experience of mine. Terrifying, but in the past, nonetheless. Though I was only 6 at the time, I was exposed to a good amount of horror as a child. My older brother was very much into death metal and anything that was bloody and gory. So I actually wasn't afraid of that kind of stuff. I wasn't sitting up watching Friday the 13th every night, but I wasn't not allowed to watch things if they were on the TV during normal waking hours. So I was 6 and it was Halloween. I was just getting into bed after having gone trick-or-treating when I heard a horrible screeching sound, and it was coming from the hall closet. It was right next to my mom and dad's bedroom. So I called out to them, asking what that was. They responded to me, asking what I was talking about. They didn't hear a thing, which really freaked me out. I slowly got out of bed, and then I ran to the hall closet. It sounded like something small was scratching from inside there. I thought it might be a kitten, of course, because I was 6, so I opened the door. But it was normal closet stuff. All except there was one yellow metal box that I'd never seen before. I opened it, and when I did, I almost screamed. It was a doll, a shitty doll. And by shitty, I mean it was very raggedy, possibly dirty, very ugly, and very old doll. The hair was in 2 tangled braids with missing patches. I slowly picked the doll up, and when I did, it let out a scream. And this time I did too. I'd learned the doll was my brother's, that he absolutely wasn't getting rid of it. From that night on, the thought of it lurked in my mind. I spent the whole year believing that it was connected to Halloween somehow, because it happened on that night. The following year, on Halloween, I had the same encounter with it. When everything happened again that year, I begged my brother to throw it away. He refused, but he was going to try to sell it. He took it from the closet and kept it in his room. For a while, I thought it was him messing with me. It had to have been a week later, and I'd gone into the closet to get my jump rope, when something yellow caught my eye. It was the yellow box. I picked it up and I opened it, and chills ran down my spine. Why was the doll back in here? I asked my brother why he wouldn't just keep it in his room as he said he would. He looked at me, shocked. Then, he looked under his bed quickly. He asked me how I did that. How did I get that from his room when he hadn't left? when he'd just seen it. I told him I'd just found it in the closet. This was finally enough to convince my brother to get rid of the doll. He wasn't able to find a seller, at least not quick enough. So he ended up donating the doll to a second-hand store. And rather inopportunely, I guess it became someone else's problem. Last year, it was my turn to take the kids trick-or-treating. My wife and I would trade back and forth every year. At this time, my son and daughter were 7 and 9, and usually, I would stay on the street while my kids would go up to the various houses to collect candy. After about a half an hour of walking around, we came to one of the more popular hotspots for candy collecting, a main street in the neighborhood. The one with the big candy bars. Lots of really cool decorations and animatronics on people's lawns. So naturally, I became a bit distracted and stopped watching my kids super closely. At one point, they came back from a house accompanied by another girl about the same height as my daughter. She was wearing a weird homemade mask, like a cardboard cutout or something. My daughter asked if she could trick-or-treat with us, so I said sure, and we carried on together as a group. I didn't know who this girl was, but I figured she was a friend from school. As we continued, I started to notice a large man trailing behind us. He was wearing some sort of angry cat mask. It was rather creepy, to be honest. I thought that he must be the father of the girl, so I tried to start some small chat with him as he got closer to me. I said something like, "Nice weather, eh?" But he didn't respond. He just stood there, staring at me. While our kids went up the stairs to the next house, he did the same thing, stood there, staring at me. I tried again, asking, "Hey, is that your daughter?" He nodded, but didn't say anything. I figured he just wasn't in the mood for chatting, so I stopped trying. We carried on for about another 15 minutes, until suddenly my kids came up to me and said that they wanted to go home. This surprised me as we hadn't been out for very long, and their bags were only about a third full. In any case, I agreed, waved goodbye at the man in the cat mask and his daughter, and started on our way home. The weird thing is that when I glanced back, the man and his daughter were just standing there, staring at us. I checked one more time as we turned the corner, and they were still standing there, not having moved at all. At this point, I decided to ask my kids, "So, who was that girl?" My daughter looked up at me with a confused look on her face. "She's your friend," my daughter replied. I asked her what she meant. Apparently, the girl with the cardboard mask approached them and said that she was a friend of mine. She told my daughter she was too shy to ask me if she could join us for trick-or-treating, and she wanted my daughter to ask instead. I laughed at this story, and I replied to my daughter, "Why would you think she was a friend of mine? I don't have any children friends." What my daughter said next chilled my bones. According to her, when the girl with the cardboard mask approached them for the first time, she wasn't wearing the mask, so they were able to see her face. As it turns out, she wasn't a girl at all, but an older woman around my age with wrinkles on her face. What's even more disturbing, the old woman had started to steal treats from my daughter's bag, apparently when I wasn't looking. This is why they had asked to go home. The old woman was creeping them out, and they just wanted to get away from her. I brought my kids home and I told my wife what happened. We made sure to check through all of their candy, but didn't find anything suspicious or off. We didn't call the police or anything since nothing really happened. But thinking back, I kind of regret that decision now. What the heck was that old woman doing? And who the hell was the man that was following us around? I don't think I'll ever know. I just think it's sick that there's people out there on Halloween, hiding behind masks, pretending to be children. The sickest part probably being their intentions. You don't slide on a mask to deceive children and steal their candy if you have good intentions. That's for sure. This happened years ago, but the feeling is still haunting. My friend and I used to live in the same cul-de-sac, and one night, we found ourselves on our street around 11 p.m. It was dark. Usually streetlights illuminated the street, but on this night, it remained dark. The sky was clear, though, and the moon provided enough light for this detail to go unnoticed. We were sitting on the curb outside our homes, talking, looking over the field across the way, and taking in the beauty of our surroundings. Truly out of nowhere, we both got this overwhelming, cold feeling. We both looked at the space between the two of us, as it felt that was where the cold was coming from, in between and slightly behind us. We looked behind, and we both saw a very tall, very dark, shadow-like figure. It was towering over us, literally within a foot of where we sat. We both flinched and almost fell to the ground in shock as we tried to stand up and quickly catch our bearings. Then, it reacted to us. We saw the 7-foot shadow jump back, almost as if it wasn't expecting us to notice its presence. Then we watched as it shot off and disappeared through the house just between ours. It moved like a blanket being pulled really quickly through the air, and then it was just gone. We stood there a moment, and then we actually decided to sit back down, only going inside once we felt less rustled by the whole event. I think the fact we both felt and saw the same thing rules out a lot of reasonable skepticism. We also got chills thinking about the fact that it moved. It reacted in real time, meaning it had some sort of conscious thought, right? Well, for as long as we sat there and talked through the event, we came up with no real explanation for what happened, and no real explanation as to what the tall, black shadow truly was. From the time I was about 8 until I was 12, my mom was part of Doctors Without Borders, and her group would go each summer somewhere else far away, and I would stay with my grandparents and go to summer camp. Though I don't have these experiences anymore, I had several of them while staying with my grandparents, one summer in particular. I was 11 at the time, and it started one random night. I was sound asleep one moment, and the next, I found myself laying on my back with my head facing the digital alarm clock. It read 2:30 a.m. Just past the nightstand, I can see down the long, dark hallway, and then the sliding glass door. At night, the curtains were always drawn on the door, so it wasn't scary. As I laid there trying to figure out why I was awake, I started to fall back asleep, realizing that I didn't have to pee or anything like that. But as I closed my eyes, I could hear the sound of curtains being opened in the distance. I slowly opened my eyes, and I saw something. It was dark out there, but it looked to have the figure of a tall human. It wasn't completely dark, maybe a very dark gray. The tall human was peeking out from behind the partially closed curtains. The longer I stared, the more it seemed to peek out, the more the curtains opened. So I just closed my eyes. This had to be a dream, right? I thought to myself. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I felt something had made its way to the room. Barely opening my eyes, I was terrified to see nothing but the same dark gray I'd seen at a distance, now covering me. Whatever had been at the back door was now surrounding me entirely. I knew that I could move as I wiggled my fingers and my toes, but I realized I didn't want to move. I just wanted to close my eyes and have this all go away. So I did. I closed my eyes and I eventually fell asleep. By the morning, everything was covered in light, and suddenly, being afraid seemed silly. And so this was my daily cycle. I would spend the days feeling great, but then by nighttime, I would feel petrified with fear. My attempts to minimize the fear all resulted in the same outcome: more fear. Every night, I would close the bedroom door, and every night, I would wake up at the same time, looking over at the clock for confirmation. It was 2:30. Either the door I had closed was now open, or I would watch the door I closed slowly open. Every single night, I saw the tall human. Every time, starting far away, but each time making its way to surrounding me and my space. Eventually, I would change up where I slept, and that didn't seem to matter either. Regardless of where I slept, I would wake up. I started to sleep out of view of any clock, so I don't know if it was the exact same time, but I would have to bet that it was always 2:30. I never tried to face the tall human figure. I never engaged with it, and maybe that's why it stuck around, but at least it didn't follow me home. It may have been the longest summer of my life, but it didn't completely take over my life, so I guess in that sense I'm lucky. As I've gotten older, people have explained this away as sleep paralysis, and maybe they are right. My conclusion, though, paralysis or not, it's chilling that our minds can allow us to experience something so frightening. It's 2020 and my first year attending college, if you can call it that. I worked my ass off and graduated the top of my class in order to prepare myself for the college experience. If I'd known my college experience would primarily be me stuck at home, watching professors give lectures through a tiny Zoom screen, I might not have put in all that effort. But I'm an optimist, and if none of this pandemic business were to happen, I most definitely wouldn't have a story to share. As I said, this year, all of my classes are online. Last Tuesday, during my psychology class, as my professor was reading through a few chapters of our first assignment, I watched as one of the paintings hanging on his wall lifted up and dropped to the floor. The crash startling everyone who had their volume up. As my professor turns around to investigate, the oddity of what I saw was confirmed immediately by the Zoom chat window popping up with comments from my classmates saying, "Did anyone else see that?" And "That painting just flew off the wall." There was a flood of yeses from everyone who was paying attention. Our professor continued with the lesson, but I'm pretty sure none of us were focused on what he was saying. We watched as the door behind him slowly started to open. More comments flooding in. Is anyone else seeing this? More yeses followed the question. Finally, our professor stops the lesson and says, "I can see that we're hardly interested in this lesson." He pauses, and he looks as though he's reading through the chat comments. He continues, "Okay, if I take a moment to explain something, do you think that we can all get back on track?" The class nods in agreement, and our professor goes on to tell us that he lives in a haunted house. "My home has other occupants," he said specifically, telling us that when he taught on campus, he'd sometimes stay there when the activity at home got pretty extreme. "I can't tell you how many times things have been broken in this house, and not of my own accord. Someone asks if he ever had a priest come to his home. Many times," he responded, then saying that each time they told him that his house was free and clean of spirits and negative energy. "Have you ever seen a ghost?" one guy asked. "Not so much seen a ghost, but I've got shadows that lurk around every so often," he responded. Just as another person asked if he'd ever been touched, we watched as something fell from the shelf behind him and hit the ground. There was a long pause and silence. Finally, "Hey everyone, maybe today's lesson will have to be continued at a later time. We can actually just pick up where we left off next week. Everyone go ahead and read chapters 3 through 15 before then." It was the first time since classes had started that people actually stayed online when they didn't have to. But after about a minute, our professor said, "Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and log off now." And his screen went dark. This week, our psychology class was postponed to Thursday, which is tomorrow. I'm very curious if our professor shows up. I've been letting my imagination get the best of me, I'll admit it, wondering if something actually did touch him or hurt him this time. I guess I'll find out tomorrow. I'll keep this as short as possible. I've only lived in this house for a few years. In those few years, I've never noticed anything weird or unusual, at least not until the past year and a half or so. I never used to have problems with sleep, but around that time, I started having all kinds of sleep problems and have had them ever since. I went to a sleep therapist around that time, and though my sleep hasn't gotten any better, they had some suggestions for me that I've held on to ever since. One of those things was to keep a sleep journal. You keep it next to your bed or somewhere near your bed, and you write down the time that you've laid down to sleep. You also write down any moments that you wake up in the middle of the night. Keeping this journal allowed me to look back and see a pattern. I have problems sleeping about 3 nights a week. And for some reason, it's almost always Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays. On each of those days, I recall it taking a long time to fall asleep. I'd write down that I laid in my bed around 9:45, but when I'd look over at the clock before falling asleep, it would already be 11. Then, on each of those nights, I found myself waking up at least 2 times, once at midnight and again at 3:30 a.m. Sometimes I'd wake up 3 times, with the anomaly being an occasional 2 a.m. wake-up. Usually, I'd lay in bed and try to go back to sleep. Sometimes I'd get up to get a glass of water, trying to do this quietly as I live with my parents and siblings. On these nights, there's another note. The same description each time. A woman, tall, long black hair, and no real definitive facial features or markings. Sometimes the only difference in my notes is what she's wearing, which is either a white dress or she's nude. I'm never scared when I see her, and I can move, so I know it's not sleep paralysis. I even note this in my journal. The next step for me was believing that I was seeing this, and I was the only one that was seeing it. It got me worried. But then I realized the weirdest part is that I'm not the only one that sees her. I had asked my mom about seeing someone new about my sleep issues. I gave her a reason. My reason was rather nondescript, just saying that something in the night I'm seeing, and I want to know if it's normal. Or at least get a professional opinion, I told her. She presses me to give her more information, but for some reason I'm embarrassed. So I tell her not to worry about it. My younger sister, who is at the table, pipes up saying, "Do you ever talk to her?" We both look over at my sister. "Talk to who?" I asked. "The lady." "Do you talk to her?" "She's not so scary, you know." The thing is, I don't talk to her. I don't even talk about her, and I've never described anything to anyone in this house. Just as I'm about to ridicule my sister for going through my stuff, I realize that she cannot reach the dresser where I keep my journal. Not to mention, she's not exactly a sound reader. I look at my mom, and she's got a curious look on her face. I ask her what's up because I felt she had something to say. My mom tells me that one night she woke up to find my sister in the living room. She had apparently been sleepwalking and ended up there. My mom said she just about jumped when she saw the figure of a woman glowing near the front door. "Do you see her, Mama?" My sister asked my mom, who told her, "Yes, honey, I see her. Now, let's go back to bed." I've never been much of a believer in ghosts or the paranormal, and like I said, we've lived here for a few years, and this has only been present for a bit over a year. So even though I don't believe, per se, I honestly don't know what else to make of this woman. Hi there. I'm 17 years old and my parents split up recently. My dad rented a new house and my mother kept the old house. To give a little picture of my dad's new place, there's a kitchen with a small dining area connected to the main room and living room. The living room has 2 doors. At first, nothing unusual at all. I'd stayed there several times over the course of a couple of weeks, and nothing strange happened whatsoever. After about a month of living there, my dad sent me a text. It said, "I think there's a ghost in this house." I was at my mom's at the time, but I asked my dad to explain what he meant, and he sent me the following. I was in the kitchen making coffee in the early morning, sitting at the table. I looked up from the table and noticed the doors start to open, and they start to creak while doing so. I've never heard the door creak, so I went to the door, opening and shutting it repeatedly. No creak. I tried the other door. No creak. These doors don't creak. Honestly, I didn't really believe him at first. I thought maybe my dad was grasping at something. But I definitely believe him now. I saw it happen with my own eyes the next time I went to my dad's place. The doors, unprovoked, slowly creaking open. I too tested the doors for creaks, but also to see if it wasn't closing properly. The door seemed fine. both of them. They actually seemed new. And then, things seemed to escalate and to get worse. Another month goes by, and my dad has a friend over. Let's call her Alice. Alice and him were sitting on the couch watching TV late one night. And out of nowhere, Alice asks, "Are your kids here?" He replies, "No." She then says, "Because I just saw some sort of figure walk past those 2 doors," pointing at the living room doors. Well, Alice has had incidents with ghosts before, so she wasn't scared in that situation, but tells my dad that he should look into it. Now for the final incident. I had just finished playing a new ghost hunting game online, and was now laying in bed watching YouTube. It was around 2 a.m. My brother comes into my room and asks, "Did you do that?" Clearly I didn't, and I wasn't sure what he meant, so I asked. He tells me to wait in my room, while he goes and checks the house because he's sure that he heard something. I stay in my room as he asked, now sitting up in my bed, heart racing. Then suddenly, I hear him scream, like a horrified scream. My heart races even faster, and then he appears in my doorway, saying that this ghost just moved a freaking chair. The chair is easily a 20-pound chair. He finishes with, "Oh, and those 2 living room doors? Yeah, they're open again." My brother and I are practically terrified to stay there anymore, and we feel bad because we don't want our dad to think it's him. We just don't appreciate his ghost of a roommate, throwing things and such. He says that him and Alice are going to handle it, and for everyone's sake, I sure hope they do. I went to Gettysburg last weekend with my cousin and my boyfriend. We did our own paranormal investigation, just with an EVP and a couple of other recording devices. The investigation was late at night, but we still got absolutely nothing. The only thing that I feel I experienced was some very hostile energy while walking up Culp's Hill. I respected this feeling and asked that we'd leave when I'd felt we'd overstayed our welcome. Since getting home, though, I've noticed that I've been seeing shadows moving out of the corner of my eye. On top of that, I've been hearing a lot of noises in my apartment that I never used to hear, and these are noises within my actual apartment. Example, silverware rustling around, but then nothing's been moved. I've woken up the past few mornings with some pretty intense anxiety. No real cause in sight, and I haven't experienced anxiety before, at least not the kind that seems unwarranted. Something I find odd is I live alone with just my dog, and she doesn't seem to notice anything like the shadows, and hardly reacts to the silverware and other noises. This is odd to me since she notices everything. The other night, a neighbor was walking past our door as they often do to get to theirs, and Misty was barking as she always does. But that same night, we were in my room, and it sounded like someone was opening the entertainment center cabinets. They are the glass ones with little magnets on the corners. They make a very specific noise when pressed in and out. Misty hardly budged. Just looked out the bedroom door, quickly lifting her head, and then laid back down to sleep. The noise continued for at least a minute, and then nothing. I'm not feeling any hostility right now. If anything, it seems like there's an uncertainty that's lingering in my apartment. I'm hesitant to do any sort of blessing or smudging because honestly, I think that something is asking for help. And so I don't want to just kick it out. My boyfriend thought we'd go back to Gettysburg, figure something out there, while my cousin says we should get a spirit board and figure out how we can help it. I'm not so sure about either of those ideas, but with enough commotion, I may not have a choice. When I was about 13, I could not shake the feeling that something was watching me or stalking me. I always seemed to feel it at night. Nothing ever seemed to happen, but sleeping was hard. If you know the feeling I'm talking about, then you know that it can be maddening as well. Not seeing anything, but feeling it. The worst part, it only seemed to happen in my room. Well, one night, I was laying down on my back with my head against my pillow. I had closed my eyes but wasn't sleeping yet, when suddenly I feel something tap on the back of my head. Instantly, I'm paralyzed with fear. My head is against a pillow against my bed, which is on the floor. Nothing should be touching my head at all. I jump out of bed, and I'm now standing on the side of it. As I stand there in the dark, my attention is drawn to my digital alarm clock. It's sitting on the stand next to my bed, but it's completely freaking out. I don't know what time it is because it's showing 12 and flashing like it's been unplugged. But then it starts to count rapidly up. I started to feel really cold, but it was summer, so I knew that it wasn't that kind of cold. From my bedroom door, you can see the living room, with my mother's room on the right. As my alarm clock continues to freak out, I consider dashing to my mother's room. When I turn to leave, I see a dark fog start to roll through the living room, into the kitchen, and of course, towards my room. The cold chills remained and the eerie feeling throughout my body intensified. I could sense this energy was getting closer to me, weighing heavier on me each second. Then I saw a darker than black fog start to peer through the archway of the kitchen. Then it was in full view, making its way towards me. When I saw it, I screamed. I screamed for my mother. Nothing. Could she not hear me? The whole time it was slowly walking towards me. It was agonizing. It finally reached the door, and it seemed to stretch all the way to me without moving entirely. It was right in front of me, but it had no features, just inky black, with stretched out black limbs. I couldn't bring myself to move, but suddenly it stopped, and for just a split second, it swiftly jabbed my right eye. Completely in shock, I close both my eyes, scream at the top of my lungs, projecting all of my anger at this thing, and run to my mother's room. Crying and hardly able to speak, I shook my mother awake. She gasps awake like she'd been underwater or holding her breath, instantly grabbing me, hugging me, crying, saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" As I crawled into bed with my mother, we laid there a minute, settling down. I told her what happened, and she explained to me, through tears, that she could hear me screaming, crying for her. But when she tried to call out or move, she was paralyzed. She tried to yell to me, but the words wouldn't come out. I don't know why this thing wanted to harm me, but after screaming in its face, I never had to experience it again.
This is an older story. I was probably around 15 or 16, and it happened when I was at a friend's house having a sleepover. It was about 3 a.m., so of course we were still awake, just talking shit and laughing. Her parents had went to a friend's wedding for the weekend, so it was just us in the house. She was laying on her bed, and I was on the floor on a blow-up mattress. Her bed being a twin, so no way of sharing that thing. All of her windows, doors, and curtains were closed. But while talking, we started to hear pounding that sounded like hard footsteps on the bottom of the stairs. We stopped talking as soon as we heard the steps, and then we just listened. We were looking at each other very nervously, because even though the front door and everything was locked, we thought somebody had broken in somehow. My friend was petrified, curled in the corner of her bed, and I sat straight up. As soon as the footsteps came to the landing, my panic started to set in, but the fight mode took over. I stood up in case it happened to be an intruder, and the footsteps stopped. Throughout this whole thing, we were just completely quiet, staring at each other and then back to the door. Then we saw the handle of her bedroom door move, and I grabbed a hairbrush from her nightstand, thinking I'd use it to beat the hell out of whoever was in the house. I definitely wasn't thinking this was paranormal at the time. As far as I knew, my friend's house wasn't haunted. But then the door opened, fully, and there was no one there. There were no sounds of movement, nothing. So I decided to walk out and take a look. Nothing out there either. So I checked all the other rooms upstairs, but also no one, nothing. My friend was too scared to leave her room, so I double-checked the windows and the doors. They were all locked. Just as I was walking from the bathroom at the end of the hall back to my friend's room, I see what looks like a heavy gray smoke. It looked like a rain cloud of sorts just hovering at the wall before my friend's door. I just stood there staring at it, trying to figure out if it was a trick of my eyes. But as soon as I walked towards it, it shot into my friend's room, and she screamed. It was loud. I ran to her room and I saw that she was crying, white as a sheet and shaking like a leaf. I asked her if she was okay and what had happened. A few minutes later, after she'd calmed down a bit, she said that she'd seen a rain cloud type of mist shoot into her room, straight past her and into the wall. She was freaking out so much that I had to sleep in her tiny bed with her the entire night. The next night, we heard the exact same thing, footsteps on the stairs and up and down the landing. This went on for hours, and my friend was again petrified the entire time. By this time, I'd decided that this was a spirit, and I wasn't as afraid, seeing as I'd had these experiences before, but this was my friend's first time, and it showed. I was only supposed to stay for a couple of nights, but I ended up staying there the entire week, even when her parents got home. And every night at 3 a.m., it was the same thing, minus the door. That only happened the first time. The only reason we were still up at 3 a.m. every other night was because my friend was so afraid that she wasn't sleeping. So, fast forward to the part where her parents come home, and she's freaking out, crying, telling her parents about what happened throughout the week. Her dad was all mad into that type of thing, and was also an antique and rare book collector. All that old type of shit he loved, and he found it very interesting, asking my friend questions, but also making jokes. My friend wasn't happy about that because she was actually afraid. Anyways, the day before her parents had left, her dad had bought these 2 old copper gold shot glasses and was planning on selling them on eBay. Now, I shit you not, the exact day he put those things in the mail, everything stopped. Everything in the house went back to normal. No more footsteps. No more walking up and down the landing. Nothing. My thoughts are that a spirit had attached themselves to those shot glasses, and I don't envy the poor guy who bought them. My friend's family moved several years ago, but my friend continued to be terrified for quite a while. Even to this day, she has issues being alone, especially at night. First, I'll give a brief summary of my other encounter in this weird house of mine. It's hard to explain, but I saw my mom's double. I looked over and I watched what I thought was my mom walk down the stairs. I don't think much of it until I hear something in the kitchen almost immediately after. I walk in there and it's my mom. I asked her, but she said she never went downstairs. Okay, so my latest encounter. This happened today while I was home alone. My mom went to the store for something, I don't know what it was per usual. My brother was gone and my dad at work. So I decided to play video games, since usually my mom hates it when I do that. I can't explain the feeling I got, but I felt it in my gut, a feeling to leave the room I was in. So I grabbed my dog and my game and I brought it upstairs with me. Once upstairs, I felt better for about 5 seconds. But the same feeling came back. This time, my dog kept looking at the door and growling. He's a pit boxer mix, but he wouldn't hurt anything, so when he growled, I got pretty anxious. I started to look everywhere in the house, and when I did, there was nothing to see or hear. So I went back to my room and started to play video games again. When my dog starts at it, this time, he's barking. Then he stopped, and when he did, I heard from the stairs outside my room a very heavy stomping. I froze. Then I stood up. I grabbed my butterfly knife from under my bed for self-protection, and I got my dog, holding him with my other hand between my legs as I went to unlock and open the door. Quickly swinging it open with the knife in my hand, I see nothing. The house is silent, and nothing on or near the stairs. My dog was also no longer barking. I thought I was losing it, so I grabbed my dog again and went back to my room. It seemed like forever, but about 20 minutes later, my mom got home. I was sort of surprised that she believed me right away. My mom tells me that she can't be sure, but at times when she's home alone, she hears footsteps, loud ones. She said she's brushed it off a few times as the dog, but it kept happening. It kept happening, and our dog would be right next to her, nowhere near where she heard the footsteps. My brother doesn't believe me. He wasn't home at the time either and says I was just scaring myself. But I'm not so sure anymore. At this point, it seems like more people in the house have had an experience with something versus having not had one. The only question is, what do we do about it? So, as much as this story affects me, it's not really my own. It more belongs to my cousin, my aunt, and my grandma. We live in a town called Veracruz in Ohio. They moved into a house pretty close to ours about 5 years ago. The house was, you guessed it, available at a rather low price, much lower than some of the homes in the area, including our own. At the time, my aunt touted that this was divine intervention, saying she knew God had found this house for them. Since my grandma needed to live with someone and our home was much smaller, the house was necessary for their family, which I believe is why my aunt claimed God at first. She had prayed for something like this, she would say. But the first incidents happened right away, and they led our family to believe that maybe something was wrong with the electrical system at first. Lights would turn on and off, all on their own. They would sometimes come home to all of the lights on and every door opened. After various electricians made their way out and each one said it was clear of electrical issues, things just escalated from there. My cousin said to me one day, "I don't like it here," referring to his house. I thought something was wrong, maybe with Grandma or my aunt. But when I asked him why, he told me it's the little girl. I hear her all the time, asking for her mommy. I was sort of in disbelief, but I didn't want to make him feel bad since he looked genuinely afraid. Soon, my aunt and grandma would basically tell me the same things. My grandma was really upset, saying that the girl's cries broke her heart. I too heard the cries for myself, and I could make out the word, "Mommy," as I walked into my cousin's room. More time would pass and more events would occur. The lights still doing their thing. The little girl very present, but also loud banging coming from inside other rooms when no one was in there. Then, the worst, something grabbed my cousin while he slept. He said he woke up and he could feel something grabbing his arm, trying to pull him from his bed. He woke up screaming and kicking until my aunt ran in the room. When she did, there was a dark figure standing over my cousin. She hit the lights and it vanished. My cousin ran out of the room, and since then he has slept on the couch, only going in his room when it's absolutely necessary or having somebody else go in there. Over the last 2 years, my aunt has had small and big paranormal investigation teams come and check out the house for themselves. Each time, they heard "Mommy," and they experienced the same overwhelming negative feeling that, like, my cousin would feel. One team enlightened my family, if that's the right word for it, telling them there was a murder in the house previously and 2 people, including a young girl, lost their lives. My grandmother was totally distraught by this news, saying that she knew there was a little girl in trouble. One team even suggested moving, but I guess that's something that's easier said than done, as they still live in the house. My aunt has had the home blessed, and even though she seems to think it helps initially, the odd and terrifying occurrences keep happening. I feel awful for my cousin. He's very afraid, and I've even asked my mom if he could live with us. We have just 2 bedrooms, but I said I'd share my room. However, my cousin said that he's too afraid to leave his mom and our grandma in that house alone. He doesn't want anything to happen to them. I get that. I just really don't want anything to happen to him either. Because whatever stays there with them, besides the little girl, it's not friendly. And you can feel it the moment you walk in the home, heavier and darker each day. It's something that can't be good for anyone. I'm not sure how scary this will be for others, but it scared the shit out of me. Anyways, a couple months ago, I had just run some errands and had gotten back to the house. Pulling into our driveway, my daughter was crying really hard because she was tired. So I rushed her inside and laid her down for a nap. After getting her situated, I went into my bedroom, and as I did, a full-grown man ran past me. It scared me out of my mind. I instantly went into the bathroom, which is right next to our room, and I grabbed the closest object that I could to use as a weapon. It was my standalone, heavy makeup mirror. Not exactly the heaviest, but it was something. I ripped the cord from the wall, and I held it in my hand. Then, I came out of the bathroom and started yelling for whoever was there to come out, then saying, "I've called the police, and you better get the hell out of my house." As I said this, I was slowly making my way to our bedroom closet to grab our pistol. After retrieving it, I ran into my daughter's room to make sure that she was okay. She was more than okay and had fallen asleep. I checked her whole room, and it was clear. I closed her door and proceeded to clear the rest of the house. I locked all the doors, and then I called my husband to see if he was almost home. As the phone was ringing and I waited for him to answer, I realized that there had been no footsteps when this thing ran past me. It was completely silent. I started freaking out because the flooring in our room, in our house, was done amateurly by the woman who lived here before us, making it super creaky and loud. Why wasn't there any sound? The more I thought about it, I came to the conclusion that the man looked more like a black shadow than anything else. Tall, but silent and unrecognizable. He had ran right in front of me. I would have definitely heard footsteps pounding. Also, if it was an intruder, they would have just attacked me, right? Or ran towards the door, but the thing is, it was running towards a wall, and I never heard anything leave. My husband told me that he was almost home, to keep everything locked and he'd check when he got there. When he arrived, there was nothing to find. I recapped the story to him, and he was concerned, but there wasn't much for him to do. I can't be sure if I'm scaring myself or what, but I feel very uneasy around our bedroom now, specifically going in and out of the door. It hasn't happened since, so maybe this fear will subside, but I can't stop asking myself, what ran past me that night? This is a rather short story. Because I was so young, I try not to exaggerate the details and only provide what I truly remember versus what I think I saw and heard. So here goes. When I was about 4 years old, I remember getting a light bright. I had an older sister, and I think it was actually hers, but as siblings close in age often do, we shared everything. One day, I was in our room sitting on a beanbag, playing with my stuffed animals. I remember seeing the light bright suddenly become illuminated. At the time, I didn't think that this was strange. In fact, it switched my attention completely, and I went to play with the light bright. I sat in front of it and touched the small peg lights. I grabbed a couple of my bears, asking them what I should make, when I actually got a response. I thought this was my bear at first, so I laughed and laughed. The response was me. Make me. I stopped laughing and told my bear that I was going to make him, and then I started to pull out the peg lights. Then I heard it again. This time it sounded stronger, and it said, "No, me. Make me." I looked around because I knew it wasn't my bear this time. It sounded like it came from the light bright itself. I sat there a minute and remember almost going to get my mom. I don't remember what I was doing right when the next thing happened, but I was looking at my bear, trying to figure out what exactly I was supposed to be making. Maybe it was Dolly, I shouted excitedly, grabbing my baby doll and asking her. Then I sat back down and continued to pull out the peg lights. Once they were all out, I started to put the peg lights back in, forming the head of my doll. I went to put in the eyes, looking back at Dolly to confirm, yes, they are blue. As I put the blue lights in the center for the eyes, I hear an angry but familiar "No." The same voice as before had become even more angry with my choices. I wasn't scared, I was sad. And then I was scared. What followed the angry no were sparks. Sparks began to fly from the light bright, and I ran out of the room screaming. This is where I don't have much memory. I'm sure I tried to explain to my mom what I heard, what I saw, but she was now dealing with sparks flying out of this new toy.
I never saw the toy again, and I never heard the voice again. Curious, does anyone else have experiences like this from their childhood? Something that they couldn't explain, but it left an impression for whatever reason. My father passed away just before my daughter's first birthday. It was truly special that he got to meet her. My favorite picture of the two of them is from when she was just about 3 days old. He's holding her, smiling the most peaceful smile, as he looks down at her little face sleeping, wrapped up like a teeny tiny glowworm. We keep it framed and sitting on our bedroom dresser with our other special photos. About 2 years after he passed, we found out that I was pregnant with our son. It was an especially emotional pregnancy for me. My mom had passed when I was much younger, so not having my father this round was going to be really hard. I wanted him to meet our son, and it felt strange bringing my child into this world when I had no parents left of my own. I let go of a lot of that sadness. Whatever was left was just me missing him, and I really enjoyed that pregnancy, treasured watching my daughter light up as she felt her brother kick. It was wild. Fast forward to one of our last ultrasounds, which happened to fall on my birthday, and I was gifted with an incredible gift. My late father had made an appearance on my son's ultrasound. It's when you look at the photo of him and my daughter next to the sonogram that you really see the face, looking down with that same smile at this new little peanut. I keep the two photos next to one another on our dresser, forever grateful that he did get to meet both of my children, somehow, some way. A family of Bigfoot used to live on my aunt and uncle's property in eastern Washington. From the back patio of the house, I'd watch them with binoculars as they'd casually travel in and out of the forest clearing, sometimes carrying large branches with them, back and forth. There were 4 members in this Bigfoot family. They all had thick brown fur and ranged in size, the largest Bigfoot easily being close to 8 feet tall. Over the years, as they became more aware and comfortable with our presence there, the sightings of them became more and more frequent as they'd go about their routines. They never tried to contact or interact with us, and we sure never tried to approach them either. We were happy spectating safely from 100 or so yards away. My uncle was able to amass quite a collection of tapes that he'd recorded from his handheld camcorder. He had a shoebox filled with stacks of grainy footage that he was able to capture over the years, and he was proud to play them for any neighbors or family that would stop in. Back in the 1980s, there was no YouTube that you could put your videos on for the world to see. Back then, when you recorded a video, your audience was whoever you could fit in your living room to watch it. He even went as far as giving the Bigfoot family names: Tim, Tom, Lucy, and Bill. Bill was the biggest. Lucy was a bit shorter, and Tim and Tom were equal height. And my uncle swears he could identify and separate each member's tone when we'd hear them communicating with each other. We all knew Bill's roar because it was the deepest and loudest, levels above the other grunts and hollers that would echo through the trees. But most of the time, the Bigfoot family stayed silent. But one humid July night, we heard Bill let out a sound that shook our windows. Then, all of them started going wild. My uncle barges into my room asking if I hear what's going on outside and if I can see anything out my window. It's dark, but by the little glow provided by the moon, I can see none of the Bigfooter in the 100-yard clearing. My uncle tells me to stay in my room as he fumbles to put a new tape in the camcorder and rushes out the back door. Then, from my window, I watch my aunt join him on the patio while he anxiously pans his camera across the tree lines as the forest continues to emit sounds of chaos. In a gasp of shock, I hear my aunt point out something running through the branches fast. My uncle turns his camera, and we see either Tim or Tom rip into the clearing from the trees. He's screaming wildly and coming right for the house. My uncle doesn't budge. He keeps his camera fixed on the fast-approaching Bigfoot. I put my face against the glass and watch this creature get about 50 yards from the house, when it suddenly collapses, lifelessly, into the grass. Then I notice another figure emerge from the tree line, but this one doesn't resemble a Bigfoot. It was much smaller. From my view, this new figure walking toward the Bigfoot looked like a human. As the figure neared, its head jerked up in the direction of my aunt and uncle. This made them both dash inside and lock the doors. They both came into my room, and we watched as this figure grabbed the Bigfoot's legs and dragged it back into the darkness. One by one, the shouts and roars became fewer and fewer, until the forest was silent again. The next day, there's a knock on the front door. I'm sitting in the kitchen eating cereal, and my uncle answers it. From the kitchen table, I see standing in the doorway are two men in black suits and fedoras. They look identical to one another. Pale skin, sunken blue eyes, no eyebrows. Their faces completely hairless. Their appearance scares me enough that I take my cereal into my uncle's room to eat it in there. Moments after I close the door to continue to eat, my uncle opens the door. I greet him and tell him I won't spill cereal on their bed, but he ignores me. His eyes don't even look over at me. Walking past the bed, he makes his way to the closet, where I see him retrieve his shoeboxes of tapes. He maintains his glossy stare as he exits the bedroom. Following behind him, I poke my head out the door and watch him hand the shoeboxes to the scary men. When they leave, the dazed look on my uncle's face fades away, but he immediately becomes violently ill and spends the remainder of the day asleep on the couch. Later, when I tried to ask about the two men in suits, my uncle wouldn't give me any more information besides those men needed my tapes. Any further questions of mine were met with, "I don't know, but it's best we don't concern ourselves with it." My aunt and uncle passed away in the early 2000s, without me ever getting more answers. We didn't talk about the event or the Bigfoots after that. I still live on the property in eastern Washington, but have never had a Bigfoot encounter since that night. And if I do, I don't think I'll be filming it. Several years ago, something took my cat. Allow me to explain, and maybe you'll see what I mean. The first time I felt like something was out to get my cat was about 8 years ago, in 2012. I just spent the last 4 years earning my BA in English, and I'd be moving to New York, where I'd landed my first job as assistant editor for an independent tech magazine. I'd also landed my first real apartment. Well, studio. Either way, it was mine. When at school in Southern California, I lived in either a dorm room or leased an apartment with no less than 3 people at a time, so I was really excited. When this happened, I'd been living in New York for about 4 months, just me and my cat, Stanley. About 3 miles away, my sister had a flat of her own, except for she lived with her longtime boyfriend and her place was much larger than mine. It was really nice having family around, as making friends didn't always come easy to me. I wasn't much of a party goer, and I didn't always seem to enjoy the things that people around me enjoyed. Smoking pot, cigarettes. They literally made me sick, and despite my best efforts in high school to want to do them, I just couldn't. My point remains, having my sister was great, helping me navigate the city, and also someone to take care of my cat when necessary, someone that I trusted. Stanley was an orange Persian, and he was my best friend. And with that, he had a laundry list of things that came with his care. The most important thing being that he always stay inside the apartment. There was a mean-ass dog that lived in the apartment at the end of the hallway. I don't even know how they got away with having that dog. It was huge. Not much I can do about it since you aren't really supposed to have cats either. The day I learned it was vicious was when I first moved in. Stanley had hopped out the front door for just a moment and sat in the hall. I heard a rumble and looked down the hall. Insert vicious dog barreling towards us. Slobber and teeth showing. I instantly reached for Stanley, but he's already made a full dash back inside, so I quickly closed the door and lock it. And I can literally hear the dog jumping and scratching on my door, snarling. Fast forward a few months, I met the owner, I know the dog, and he's cool with me, but he hates cats. Yeah, obviously. Other than that, we had adjusted quite well for the first couple of months. Then came the first event that led me to believe that something was messing with my cat. Every day before leaving, I had the same routine. Make sure all the windows and doors were locked. Keep the bathroom door open since I kept Stan's litter box in there. But every time I would come home, Stanley would be locked in the bathroom, meowing, like he'd been stuck in there all day. At first, I thought nothing more than the door was getting closed by my cat himself, so I started putting a doorstop in front of the door. But after the second day, the same thing. Stan was in the bathroom, meowing to get out. I didn't know what to do, so I just kept with the doorstop idea, until one day, I came home. Stanley was in the bathroom, except this time, he was locked in the bathroom, and the doorstop had somehow made its way across the room. Completely flabbergasted by the whole sequence of events, I decided to move his litter box out of the bathroom. Living in a studio, I didn't have much space, so I put the litter box by the back balcony door. I didn't use the balcony, but I thought it was a nice viewpoint for my cat. That night, I woke up to Stanley meowing, but he sounded far away. He sounded way too far away. Then I heard little scratches on glass. I jolted up and looked over near the windows in the balcony. Stanley was outside. He was outside on the very tiny balcony. That was not a fire escape type window or a full-size balcony. This was a 5th-story window with a barely can fit one person, not sure it's meant to actually hold people type of balcony. I was panicking. How in the hell did he get out there? Frantic, I looked for any openings, but I found nothing. All the windows, all my doors were still locked. Even worse, Stan didn't look like he wanted to be out there. I grabbed my phone and I called 911. I unlocked the balcony door and I rushed my cat inside. I locked all the windows and doors, again. And several weeks went by with no incidents. It was just before the holiday season, Thanksgiving, and I was headed back to California a couple days earlier than my sister for a meeting with a larger tech magazine in LA. My sister agreed to stay at my place for those couple of nights and take care of Stanley. In addition to his normal laundry list, I added that on her last day she'd leave him with 2 bowls of food and 2 bowls of water, since he would have had a whole day with no visits before I got back. Before leaving, I made sure the balcony window, bathroom door, and everything else was properly closed. And lastly, I said goodbye to my cat at the door, telling him to be good and assuring him I'd be home soon. Everything was locked. I had been in LA for less than 24 hours when I have a missed call and a voicemail from none other than my neighbor, Vicious Dog Guy, telling me that he'd seen my cat on the balcony and was just looking out for us animal lovers. I was, again, panicking. I called my sister and asked her to get over there right away and to please just take Stanley to her place. I would pick him up tomorrow. I was going to fly home early. I wasn't going to stay, knowing that something was trying to mess with my cat. When my sister arrived at my place, she found that the door had been closed and locked. She also said that Stanley wasn't there. She looked everywhere in the apartment and couldn't find him. Then, when she was leaving the building to check the perimeter, there he was, on my apartment's balcony. My sister rushed back up the stairs, grabbed Stanley, and she took him to her apartment. And she told me she had no idea how he would have gotten out there. She was just in the apartment, and there was nowhere for him to be hiding, and no way for him to get out. I was very anxious and scared the whole way home, wondering who and what would let my cat out, how any of this was possible, multiple times. It completely ruined my holiday, and once I got home, I couldn't sleep out of pure fear. I felt as though something wanted to harm Stanley. Because of this, we ended up staying at my sister's apartment for a while, just until she got home from California. Eventually, we made our way back to the studio. Stanley and I had one last beautiful Christmas together, and the plan was that we would be moving closer to my sister, in the same building, after the first of the year sometime. However, one night, just before New Year's, I woke up for no apparent reason. Suddenly, my whole body was freezing. I could see my breath, and that's when I noticed that Stanley was gone. I called for him. I looked everywhere. I couldn't understand why my apartment was so cold. All the doors and the windows, they were closed, and my cat was gone. I sat by the balcony for hours, impatiently waiting for it to not be 4 a.m. so I could go door to door. I made posters, putting any pictures I had of him on each one, but over a week would turn into a month, would turn into 4 months, and so on. Heartbroken, but never giving up, I stayed at that apartment for over 1.5 years, just in case he somehow found his way back. I moved out in 2015. I had gotten a new job in a different part of New York, and it was time to move on. I didn't get another pet for almost 4 years after this event, and when I finally did, I was living in a different place entirely. And still, not a day goes by that I don't worry about my animals. Except now I have cameras that I can watch them, and when I can't, you bet I have an alert system for when any window or door is so much as breathed on. This event goes down as the saddest unexplained mystery of my life, but the strange thing is that I never felt like I was in danger, but I did have the feeling that something was out to get my cat, or at least wanted it. I wish I would have moved sooner, broken the lease, taken the consequences, but at the time that seemed insane, especially because my reasoning would be my cat, which I wasn't supposed to have. Either way, who knows if it would have made a difference. Stanley was incredible, and if something decided that it wanted him, well, maybe it was just that successful. And who knows, maybe it's not something harmful at all. Maybe he's gone on to be a protector or guardian of sorts. I don't know that he's gone, is what I'm saying, but instead, traveling or trying to accomplish something that my tiny human brain could just possibly never understand. I don't know that he's gone, is what I'm saying, but instead, traveling or trying to accomplish something that my tiny human brain could just never possibly understand. This happened back in 1995, when I was approximately 11 years old. My family had a house on a golf course, and my best friend, lived in the houses on the other side of the course. To get to my friend's house, there were paved paths that the golfers used, but it would literally mean walking all the way around instead of just cutting through the center, making a 5 to 6 minute walk more like a 1 minute walk. It was frowned upon, but despite not being as well lit as the actual path, it was quicker, and that was the goal. I wasn't afraid of the dark anyways. As I walked back home and ran up the hill, my ears picked up on a low humming noise. It sounded pretty close. I looked over my shoulder, and just above my head, in the sky, I see a literal spaceship. At least, that's all that I can conceptualize it to be. It's got a round, disc-like shape, bright lights on the bottom lining the craft's circular exterior. It was dark, so that could be why the lights seemed so incredibly bright. I guess the best way to explain them would be that they gave off the same brightness as an LED light. Like most lights, it was blinding to look at. The shape, though. I had for sure never seen something that was actually circular, maintaining position in the sky. I mean, other than a drone, but that's only in the last 10 years, and this was in the 90s. I'm certain that there was nothing, and probably still is nothing like it, on the market. So as I see this thing, it's hard to tell how far away it is. It is closer than I think, and therefore something much smaller than a plane. Or was it the other way around, too far away to really grasp its size? Continuing my walk, trying to keep my cool, but then I realize that this thing is coming for me. I start to feel a bit uneasy, and then it turns to full-fledged fear when the low humming seems to get closer, and the craft itself seems to be getting closer. The lights brighter. I was sure that it was trying to make physical contact for whatever reason, but at this point, I'm so scared that I start running back to my house. I'm about 30 seconds away from the little walkway that leads to my backyard. I turn around to try to watch the thing, keeping an eye on the distance I've made. But I'm disappointed to realize I haven't put any distance between us, that it's still chasing me, closer than ever. What I can see now is that the craft is definitely smaller than what I initially anticipated. No way that whatever was inside this thing was larger than a small child. It couldn't be more than 6 feet wide, and the top seemed to have only a small dome, maybe 3 feet at its tallest point. Either way, I was still terrified at its speed, and more terrified that it seemed to have intent. As I stop at the path to my backyard, I can feel this thing is just behind me. The low humming is deafening now. I can feel my whole body begin to vibrate, and so much light seems to fill the area in front of me, around me. I can't even see the craft any longer. It's completely covered in white light. I can hardly see anything outside of my own 2 hands in front of me. I know I'm close to home, so I keep pushing forward. I think I'm running, but I can't tell. And then, in what feels like the blink of an eye, I'm standing in front of my back door with my hand on the door handle. Once that registers, I quickly open the door and run inside the house. My mom greeting me, asking me why I'm so out of breath and what took me so long to get home. I had no idea what to say about why I was out of breath. And when I looked at my watch, I could see that it was almost 10 o'clock at night. But I'd called my mom from my friend's house, telling her I was heading home at 9. Somehow, A 1-minute walk turned into an hour. I have no explanation for the lost time, and I can't even decide what it is I think this was. I've never seen anything like that, and I've never had anything like that happen since. I can't even definitively say I believe in aliens, but I do believe that something of intelligence was controlling that craft that night. Really, I don't know what I believe, but I often wonder, if I could get back that missing hour, what would I learn from it? Was it something I'm supposed to forget? Or is it something I'm supposed to remember? Was it something I'm supposed to forget? Or was it something I'm supposed to remember? My family has a cabin up in the small mountains of the Wisconsin Dells. Now, 2 things before the story. I wasn't there for this trip, as it was a guy's trip, so this is my dad's story. 2, our cabin is most definitely haunted. Many people have died in or near this house. I don't know any of the crazy stories about these deaths, just that the home itself had been around for over 200 years, with many families having lived in it. A cabin to us, as my dad would say, but likely a main home and many other things for many other people in those 200 years. The city had tried to forge a history museum in these hills probably 5 years before my family owned the place. But that idea never came to fruition, as it actually made the city more money to keep the land as it was and to sell the homes occupying it. When we bought the cabin, my dad said that there was a shop in town that had a lot of old historical photos and history books about the area. He picked up quite a few, and over the years, we would look through these and imagine the ones that may have lived in our home. There were some photos that we found where it was obvious they were taken in our area. You couldn't see if it was our cabin exactly, since the other 8 on the hill were identical. But we thought that it was pretty cool and had several of those in frames or in albums throughout the cabin. Okay, the story. Around 5 years ago, a bunch of my guy family members got together to go legally hunting. My family mainly hunts deer, which are absolutely huge out there, but also wild turkeys. Yeah, it's totally a thing. Maybe in other places too, but it's practically the most popular form of hunting in the state of Wisconsin. One of my dad's cousins has a house out there as well. It's a bit down the mountain from where our cabin was, closer to the roads and newer in design. Our cabin seemed to be the spot to go when it came to hunting and guy trips. Anyways, all the guys were sitting around the table, just relaxing, having some dinner. After dinner, my uncle said he was going to go get cleaned up, and he headed to the bathroom, which was upstairs. He did the typical use the bathroom, wash his hands, and then he went to shave. As he was shaving, he kept the sink running, and as he looked up for just a second, he could see that someone was behind him. Assuming it was my dad or someone else in the house, and he hadn't heard them come in, he thought not much of it, and he kept shaving. But then, he actually looked at the person in the mirror and could see that it wasn't our family. He then physically looked behind him, and there was no one there. Back to the mirror, and no one there either. My uncle says he finished shaving but was a bit spooked. So he decided to go back downstairs, where he told everyone what had happened. He described the looks of the man in the mirror. As he described the looks of the man in the mirror, my older cousin and my dad recognize what he's describing, and they smile at each other. Then my dad tells my cousin to grab the photo near the back door.
My cousin then showed my uncle the photo, and my uncle pointed out that that was definitely the man he'd just seen. Except the man that he had just seen had been deceased for decades, since 1906 to be exact. When I was about 18, I worked maintenance and cleaning at the local zoo. Eventually, I'd go on to handle a lot of different animals, but this was early in my life when I just decided I wanted to do that kind of thing. Like a lot of places, when you first start somewhere, especially when you're young, you're stuck with the cruddier shifts. For example, my starting shift was the swing shift and the graveyard shift. I didn't mind it, actually. I got to hang out with animals that preferred nighttime and early mornings. No people, except fellow employees. Plus, I lived near the zoo, so I'd walk back and forth for my shifts. When I would work doubles, this was especially nice. One night, I got out very late, around 4 a.m., and was walking home the way that I usually did. This was in the middle of a relatively big city urban area, although pretty deserted for being early on a weekday in the winter. So no people, but also no cars. Sort of strange, considering there was usually some sort of traffic at that time of day. Maybe I didn't really know. But it was the air around me that was unusual too. It felt very still. Was I the only thing in motion? I thought to myself. Just a passing thought. One that was interrupted when I looked up, and blocking my path, some ways ahead, was a giant black dog. And I do mean giant. Like the size of a horse. But a different shape, unlike a dog or a horse that I'd ever seen before. The creature peered at me, and as I started to walk towards it, it snarled. Immediately, I stopped. Then I slowly backed up. The snarling stopped, and it just stood there. I started to walk around it with a much wider path, and it began to snarl again. It wouldn't let me proceed in that direction at all. So I decided I would walk back to the zoo. I knew the security crew and was sure that one of them wouldn't mind dropping me off at my place. So I started to walk back. I turned around one last time to make sure it wasn't following me, but the giant creature was gone. I couldn't believe this, as there was nowhere for it to have quickly hidden. I was shaken, maybe more now. Yeah, the creature was gone, but now I could hear a lot of different animal noises. It was a bit chaotic, and I wasn't sure if maybe this was the dog creature or actual lions and tigers that I was hearing. I proceeded to the front gate despite the fear that I felt, and once I reached security, I explained the situation. They said the animals had been acting crazy for the last several minutes. They were going to do a walk around, survey the area, make sure there was nothing inside that shouldn't be. Then one of them would drive me home. By the time they finished walking the area, other than the primates, the animals had all but settled down. And as we drove home, I didn't see the dog creature. It was gone, and I'd never see it again after that. I'd also never see or hear the animals collectively make such noise. Really, I never saw anything like it again. As scared as I was, I had an eerie feeling that it was protecting me. That perhaps, had I continued my walk home, in that moment, something actually horrific may have happened to me. It felt like, by not letting me go in that direction, was its purpose. Not to harm me or attack me. It could have done that, had it just charged me right then and there. I was alone.
So, this was over 10 years ago in Michigan. Still, the large, horse-dog-like creature remains vivid in my mind. Has anyone ever heard of anything like this? Just before moving to Washington, several years ago I worked at a bar and grill in South Idaho. I don't know how privacy stuff works, so I'll go ahead and leave out the name of the place. Though, I don't think it'll be hard to find the bar that I'm referring to. There aren't a ton of notoriously haunted places in southern Idaho. At least not that I know of. Anyways, before I'd even applied for the job, I went to the establishment quite a bit. My whole family did. So we had heard the stories about lights turning themselves on and off, unexplained laughter, broken glasses, and much more. Either way, I didn't necessarily believe in all of that stuff. There was also the fact that I'd been to the place many a time, and none of those times had I ever experienced something paranormal, if you will. Glasses broke, sure, but these were people breaking things, not ghosts. Well, I started working there shortly after my 21st birthday. I had another job at a small bakery in town. It was great, but not exactly high-paying, and not quick cash. Bartending was the perfect way to make good, quick cash. And I needed that, since my boyfriend at the time had completely bailed on me, leaving me to pay our entire rent. I figured he likely wasn't coming back, and even if he did, it wasn't like he could actually live with me, so I decided I should apply for the open position. Lucky enough, I got the job. My first shift was the night that I was told I got the job, which was great. First night went off without a hitch. I can honestly say nothing crazy happened. As time went on, this was the same story. I kept being told, "Just wait," by fellow staffers, telling me that when I least expect it, something will happen. All this did was make me hyper-aware, always paying attention to where I put things, always investigating sounds immediately, and not getting scared by them. Oftentimes it was explainable. Clearly, some birds lived in the attic or whatever space was between the ceiling and the exterior roof. You could hear them skitter around from up there, from inside. And then you could see them leaving the building if you were outside. I thought for sure this explained the mysterious sounds upstairs I kept being told about. Eventually, I let it go, truly forgetting that this place was supposed to be haunted. It wasn't that hard, as I said. I didn't have any reason to believe in this stuff previously, and I was there to get a job done. I couldn't be getting scared off, especially since I would be taking over some of the closing shifts, requiring me to be there alone a lot later. One of the last things to do when closing is to take out all of the garbage. So I'm going back and forth from the pile of various garbage bags near the bar to the dumpster just outside the back door. Even though I propped the back door open, halfway back to the bar I'd hear it slam shut. I'll admit the first time it scared the crap out of me, but definitely more of a jump scare. I didn't think something was actually closing the door, and I told myself that I didn't feel anything either. The second time it didn't scare me at all, because I just stared at it and saw it slowly start to close and then slam shut. It was one of those super heavy doors. One that the upper springs or hydraulics should help to make it close slowly the whole time. It was broken for sure, but clearly whatever I was using to hold it open wasn't working. So I decided that I wouldn't worry about it and I'd swing it open with every bag. So I continued back and forth until all of the garbage was gone. As I walked toward the back door one last time to lock it, I stopped in place as I watched the door slowly open and then slam shut. Before I could even digest what I was seeing, I hear blaring from the front bar dining area, Journey's Any Way You Want It. It's playing from the jukebox, and it's the loudest thing I've ever heard. The loudest that this jukebox has ever played before. I found myself running towards it immediately to shut it off, honestly afraid that it might just blow up. It was playing so loud. Just as I got in front of the thing, it shut off entirely. The lights and sound shut off at once, and when I looked, the switch on the back was still set to the off position. I stood there for several moments, and I don't know why, but I found myself saying out loud, "Okay, insert bar name here, you're haunted. Sorry I doubted you all." The rest of the night was normal. No more interactions. I didn't quit the job or anything like that. I knew that wasn't really an option for me, and after talking to my coworkers about it, I learned that I wasn't the first one to experience the jukebox phenomena. One of my coworkers told me I was lucky, that at least it was plugged in when I checked on it. I agreed, but either way, we decided both were unexplainable. By the time I left the place, I would have experienced just about everything people said that I would. The laughter was interesting. It truly sounded like people were laughing from inside the walls. It was muffled, I mean. Regardless of where you were in the building, you could hear this muffled laughter. Like someone took actual bar crowd noise, dialed down the volume so that it could be more background. This was interesting, especially because I heard it when I would open the bar around 9 a.m. and in the evening, whereas the door slams and music antics only seemed to take place at night. I don't live there any longer and haven't been back in ages, but I do keep in contact with the previous owner's son. He still works for the new owners, and he told me that back in 2017, they replaced the jukebox and stereo system with something a bit more up to date, something that would take credit cards and fill the room with sound. Even so, bartenders reported the same type of events, music blaring suddenly, just as they're closing for the night. I still don't know that I believe in all things paranormal, but I trust myself and I trust the people that I worked with about their experiences. And having no explanation does leave me a bit more open-minded about the unknown. Even if it's just accepting the idea that the unknown exists, that we aren't all-knowing all the time, there's something more to it. I personally find that kind of exciting. Maybe a bit scary at first, but exciting nonetheless. When we were about 12 or 13, my cousin and I got a job working the regular paper route in our neighborhood. It was a great excuse to hang out all the time and to ride our bikes before the streets were crowded with morning bustle or afternoon traffic. We had quite a few old people who lived in our area, some of them even awake and sitting on their front porch, waiting for the paper. For these individuals, we'd often walk the paper right up to them. This was back in the 80s, so believe it or not, people actually wanted to talk to each other, and they welcomed someone bringing them a paper. Also, if you know anything about the job of a paperboy, it's that the real money comes from the tips. And on one street in particular, we had some really good tippers. And on that street, there was one woman, and though I don't recall her real name, she always told us to call her Miss Patty. And Miss Patty was an extra good tipper. Her tips alone probably helped my cousin and I save up for our new 10-speeds. Even as youngsters, though, we felt bad taking her money. But she made it clear that it was rude not to. So instead, my cousin and I would do other work for her. Miss Patty was more than a good tipper. She was awesome. She just didn't appear to have any family of her own. This is why my cousin and I would take out her trash, check her mail, do yard work during the summer months. It was refreshing to help somebody who was so nice. Not to mention, my grandma had passed away when I was very little, so Miss Patty sort of felt like the closest thing to one. So the story. It was a Saturday night and I was staying at my cousin's. The next morning, we'd be making our deliveries and collections. Like all paper boys, we kept a ledger. The ledger housed names of customers, tracked their payments, subscription details, and even when they'd be on vacation. We got excited when we saw that the next day, Sunday, was the day to collect down Miss Patty Street. That night, I had a strange and sad dream. I was riding my bike and I was alone. I remember thinking that the sky was very dark in my dream, like midnight versus pre-dawn. But I had all of my papers with me anyways. As I rode down the street, I felt the need to pedal faster and faster. In my dream, I was panicking with no inclination as to why. I stopped my bike as something told me that I'd reached my destination. When I looked up, I saw Miss Patty's house. But something was different about her house. It was all dark, except one light in the upstairs bedroom. I had never seen her home like this and instantly thought maybe I shouldn't be here at this time. Just as I went to pedal away, I felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over me. I sat on my bike and continued to look at the house that was playing Miss Patty's house. What I saw next, well, I see the front door open, and inside the door frame is Miss Patty. She's waving for me to come inside, and she has a plate of cookies, as she often did. I parked my bike, grabbed her paper, and ran up to the door. The details were fuzzy, like my mind was trying to recreate the scene around Miss Patty's house, but didn't quite have all the pieces available, and just did the best that it could. For example, her mailbox was actually on the sidewalk, but in this dream, it was attached to her door. Little strange things like that. As I met Miss Patty at the door, she asked me to sit down. We sat on the front porch like we often would on warm days, days when we had time to just be and didn't have to rush off to the next route. Miss Patty looked at me. She didn't look sad, but the energy was sad. I was worried about what she was going to tell me, even though she was smiling. "Do you think you could check on me, Sam? Do you think that you could call someone over here to the house?" I looked at her, confused. And then I asked her what she meant. Was she all right? She smiled and said, "Sam, you two are all I've got. Can you do this for me?" She grabbed my hand and smiled again, waiting for my response. I told her, of course I would always check on her. I felt myself explaining to her that she was all right, that I was with her right now, so nothing could be wrong. But before I could finish that storyline, I was hearing, "Wake up, dude, we gotta go." It was my cousin, and it was now time to head out for our deliveries. When we did, I didn't immediately tell my cousin about the dream, as I was still trying to digest it, and honestly, shake the eerie feeling that it had left me with. On our ride, I was happy that the sky looked normal, the appropriate pre-dawn that I was used to. We made our deliveries, and when we got to Miss Patty's house, I froze. My cousin was already starting to walk the paper up to her door, but I couldn't help but feel something was off. The same top bedroom light was on, the one from my dream. Had it always been on? Was it only something I noticed because I just had a dream where it was on? I double-checked her mailbox, and it was in the appropriate place. I was standing next to it on the sidewalk, looking from the room to my cousin. Her home was unusually dark. See, usually you'd be able to see the kitchen lights on. They would illuminate the whole front space, or at the very least, a porch light would be on. My cousin was knocking, but no response. He left the paper on the ledge of the porch and hurried back to his bike. I guess we can just come back and do collections later. Seems like Miss Patty's still asleep. Speaking of Miss Patty, I had the weirdest dream of her last night. I grabbed my cousin's shoulder because he wasn't looking at me at the time. Now he was. I asked him pretty seriously, "Did she talk to you in your dream?" He told me that he couldn't really remember what she said, but yeah, he saw her waving from her window. She was saying something, but he couldn't hear her. I asked if he walked up to the house, and he said, "Sort of, that's the weird thing. I went to walk up there, and then she told me to wait, to come back later." I stared at him, waiting for more. I don't remember anything else. It was just kind of weird. Felt real, you know? I told him that I did know. And then I told him about my dream. He was a little freaked out, and I was more than a little freaked out. We both decided that we had to get these papers delivered, but the next neighbor who was awake, we'd ask to use their phone. Eventually, we'd made it to someone's home that was awake. We explained that we just wanted to have somebody check on Miss Patty. That usually she waited for us on Sunday, and today she wasn't there. This was the same story that we gave the police, who agreed to check on Miss Patty. They asked for our parents' contact information. We both provided our home phone numbers and then continued on the route. Later that day, we made our way back down Miss Patty's street. Collections were usually more successful if you waited until after church hours, when people would be home again. My cousin and I both stopped our bikes and looked at each other. There were ambulances and caution tape outside of Miss Patty's home. I felt a real heavy pit in my stomach, and then suddenly, I knew I was going to vomit. I threw my bike down, and I made my way to a nearby bush, where I proceeded to throw up. My cousin was still on his bike, staring at the caution tape and the ambulances. I made my way back and picked up my bike, telling my cousin that we should go home and talk to our parents. When we did, we learned that Miss Patty had suffered a massive heart attack sometime in the middle of the night. She lived alone, and it looked like it had happened as she was preparing for bed. The police told our parents, thank the two boys who made the call, saying that without that call, they weren't sure how long it would have taken for someone to find Miss Patty. I took this information with stride, went to my room, and let it all out. At 12 years old, I don't know that I had felt that kind of emotional pain. That pain, paired with the visions that I'd had in my dream, it honestly changed me. Maybe that's a bit of a dramatic way to say it, but it just changed my perspective, the way I thought in general at that age. I don't know if the experience meant anything or if it was nothing more than a crazy coincidence. Either way, Miss Patty and I had a connection, and I guess that sort of stuff doesn't just fade away in death. And perhaps, for a brief moment, the connection becomes even stronger.
So this just happened a few nights ago, around midnight. I was doing my usual bedtime routine, brushing my teeth, washing my face, just getting ready for bed. My mom was asleep in her bedroom, which is pretty far away from the bathroom itself. Randomly, I felt this tap on my shoulder. It tapped twice, like one would do to get your attention. I turned around thinking it was my mother, but as I did, I could still hear her snoring in her room. There was no one there. I felt myself being covered in chills. Then, once I turned back around, I saw nothing there either. But the tapping, it wouldn't stop. It kept going, and harder. In a panic, I tried to swat at whatever was tapping my shoulder, but it kept tapping. I found myself moving around like crazy.
as if I was trying to get away from a bee. And eventually, when I couldn't get it to stop, I ran out and screamed for my mom. When my mom ran out of her room, I ushered her to the bathroom, staying a bit behind her and telling her that something had been tapping my shoulder excessively. I did notice in that moment that it had stopped. Obviously, my mom was confused, and I didn't have any evidence to produce, so we ended up going back to our respective bedrooms for the night. My home is one that was built in the last 4 years. We're the first ones to own it, to live in it. I'm open to any ideas of what it could be. I couldn't sleep that night. I was too scared. And ever since then, my sleeping's been totally messed up. I find myself getting a maximum of 3 hours each night. I also can't bring myself to use that bathroom at night. I guess really I'm less interested in what it is and more interested in how to make it go away. This happened the other night while I was home alone, waiting for my husband to get home from work. It was really late, probably almost 2 a.m., and I was sitting in bed when I heard the front door handle turn and the door open and then close. I got excited because I thought my husband had returned home a little bit early from work. The front door is only about 10 steps away from my bedroom door, so I sat in bed expectantly waiting for him. I saw footsteps under the door and then they disappeared. I heard movement in the living room. I waited in bed wondering what he was doing. And then the quietness felt weird. Instead of getting out of bed, I called my husband's phone. He told me that he was still at work when I asked where he was. I felt paralyzed with fear, like I couldn't move. I felt as if something really bad was going to happen. It was a feeling I'd never experienced, and just like that, my instincts kicked in. I had a glass of water next to me, and so I grabbed it. I flattened myself against the corner wall on my bed. Holding the cup tightly, I knew that I could smash it against anything and use it as a weapon if it came to that. As I sat there, I started to hear panting, like the sort of panting you hear from a dog after they've ran or exhausted themselves somehow. I froze, and I slowly poured the water onto my floor and wrapped the glass in a pillowcase. And as I did this, I heard the noise stop, and so I too froze. Then, I spoke loudly on the phone to my husband, pretending that he was just a couple of minutes away. I felt that someone or something might be listening, so I wanted them to hear that he was close. Whoever was here could just leave now, and it would be fine. While saying this, I texted him and I begged him to come home immediately, explaining that I thought somebody was in the house with me. After reading my text, he said over the phone to stay in the bedroom. He was leaving right away and calling the police. I was so scared, but I said, "Okay, honey. Oh, I see your truck. I'll see you soon." My window faced the parking lot of the complex, while the front room faced more buildings. I knew that whoever was out there wouldn't be able to see if a truck was truly here or not. I stayed flattened in the corner, trying to remain calm. I could hear footsteps, but where were they coming from, I thought. I didn't move. A couple minutes later, my husband arrived home. But the strangest thing was that the door was locked. And it wasn't just the regular handle lock. It was the deadbolt. Whoever was in here would have needed a key to then lock the door when they left. My husband spent the next hour checking our home and found nothing. No one and nothing. Our place is very small, so everywhere was checked more than once. I don't know what happened, but I know that I heard something, and I know that I saw something under that door. I had to just completely rationalize it, even though it's crazy. Otherwise, I would have lost it. First, it looks like a man's standing at the door, but then I hear a dog. Just sporadic weird stuff, and I don't know. Any thoughts on what this could be?
This happened a few months ago, about 2 weeks before summer break had started. After a long day of teaching science and math classes online, I was so excited to enjoy some of my favorite ice cream. Earlier, I had successfully convinced my boyfriend into going to the store to get me some while I was finishing up classes. So I went downstairs to the kitchen to get ready for this glorious dessert and was bummed to realize the kitchen was a total mess. All of the cupboards were open, even the drawers, and somehow, some way, there was flour and other spices from the cupboards spilled onto the floor. I will admit here, I definitely assumed that my boyfriend had done this. Probably looking for some snacks in a hurry and just didn't even bother to close anything. I don't know about the flour, but since I wanted to eat my dessert in peace, I decided that I'll have to clean this up first. Just as I was finishing up cleaning, my boyfriend comes down the stairs and is acting weird. Like just staring at me and saying, "What are you doing?" I wasn't sure what he meant because it seemed so obvious what the hell I was doing. So I became a little bit agitated, saying, "Pretty sure I'm cleaning up your mess." I then proceeded to grab my treat and go upstairs to our room to watch my show. Instead of breaking off and heading into his game room, my boyfriend follows me into our room and starts acting weird again. "So you were cleaning the kitchen, but I just cleaned the kitchen." He paused. "So I don't know if you're kidding or what, but I cleaned the kitchen so you wouldn't have to. Wasn't even that bad, actually, so I don't know why you had to clean it twice." I was listening to him. It's just that while he was talking, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a white, hazy mist beginning to form in the bottom right corner of the bedroom doorway, right where the stairs are. This mist looked like it was coming up the stairs, but then it descended out of view as quickly as I drew my eyes to it. I grab my boyfriend's hand. He notices that I'm now on high alert for some reason. Confused why, he leans in. "What's the matter?" I'm half explaining to him what I saw when I hear what I can only explain as the wheezing sound of an old woman. "Did you hear that?" I say, now retreating under the covers on the bed, and I'm shaking. He shakes his head and laughs a small laugh. He sees that I'm still scared, so he begins to say, in a manly, joking way, "Who's there? Show yourself!" "Who's there? Show yourself!" At which I reprimand him immediately, telling him to please stop doing that and instead listen, or go back to the other room and watch music videos or whatever. In that moment, stuck somewhere between fear and annoyance, I hear the sound of something scraping against the wall from the next room. The sound is one of my boyfriend's religious icons, aka a literal cross with Christ on it, that's hung on the wall in his game room. I see his face start to go from a smirk to confusion. Then we hear the slow creaking of the door to that room and a literal slam. We both jumped. Another slam,
We both jumped again. This time he jumps to a standing position. Did something just shut that door? And then go into the closet? Like, is that what we just heard? I didn't have an answer, but we just sat and stood in silence, not moving. Not until we started hearing what sounded like the kitchen drawers being opened. We slowly opened up the bedroom door, each one of us now holding one of my boyfriend's hockey sticks. And we descend down the stairs, ignoring the other room entirely. The whole house smelled like an ashtray. My boyfriend confirming that, yes, he smelled that too. Once we see the kitchen, we both just sort of make a noise to indicate no way, and ran back up the stairs. All of the kitchen drawers were open. We literally didn't stay another night in that place. Both of us grabbed our essentials and headed to his mom's, which was just a few blocks away, where we would end up staying until we figured out our next move. The whole way to her house, we were considering any and all natural explanations for everything we just experienced. The facts remained, though. We lived alone, our windows were not open, and I had definitely just cleaned the kitchen, specifically closing those drawers. Not to mention this was after my boyfriend claimed that he had done the same thing. At one point, my boyfriend toyed with the idea that it could have been my grandma. She notoriously chain-smoked in her home and anywhere that she could, really, eventually dying from lung cancer. But that was a few years ago. I'm not saying he's wrong, but I guess I just feel like if it was my grandma and she meant me no harm, then she had a funny way of showing it. Because whatever came to visit us that night scared the hell out of me. We eventually had to move our stuff out of the townhome and into our new place, which I went ahead and spent the extra money to have a third party take care of all that for us. This was about 15 years ago, when I decided that it would be cool to work as a bouncer for a local venue. I'm a big guy who had a whole lot of anger issues, I'll admit it. But this made me a prime candidate for club bouncer, and apparently a prime candidate for some pretty negative stuff too. Attracting things that are attracted to that kind of energy. You're gonna die. Those were the last words I heard before suddenly I was unconscious. My next come-to moment would be 3 other dudes standing over me, asking if I'm okay, saying an ambulance was on the way, telling me, don't move, and then I'm out again. So, let's step back a minute to before all of that. I've been living with my mom as I had most of my life, up until she passed in 2017. She had been diagnosed with MS just after I was born, so I'd been taking care of her for quite some time. However, at this time, when the event took place, she was relatively mobile and only in the early stages of decline. My mom definitely treated me like a child all of my life, even as a 29-year-old man. But what can I say? I was her only child, and as I stated before, I lived with her for as long as I'd existed. She'd pack me a lunch every day. I know, cute, right? Well, she'd always pack the same few things, and I wasn't complaining. One day at the club, I went to grab my lunch from the fridge for my break, and it wasn't there. Naturally, I went nuts. Again, my anger wasn't managed at this point. I was still working through a lot of shit. So, I go around, asking every chump in the building if he's seen my lunch, what the hell they did with it. Each individual giving me a quick answer of, I have no idea, or, I never mess with your food, man. There was also my favorite at the time, which was, I didn't take your lunch, but you can punch me anyways. That made me laugh, but I was still pissed. Honestly, who takes someone's lunch? It has my name on it, I would think.
Over the years, I learned that a lot of people actually do this. It's like a weird office thing where people eat shit that isn't theirs and then watch as the drama unfolds. Weirdos. Well, this went on for days, to the point where I just stopped bringing my lunch inside. Instead, I got a portable cooler to keep in my car, and I cursed everyone inside that building when I did. So, the day that I decided to make these changes, something else happened. I kept my lunch in the car, and I head to the building. The way these venues work is they typically aren't open in the day. Maybe the bar section, but you only need a bouncer past 7 p.m. when doors open. Sometimes I'd be the first to arrive and would have to unlock the main doors. Or there'd be a bartender on staff, and I could enter through the bar. Today, there was no bartender. I knocked a few times like they suggested, but still nothing. So I decided to unlock the main entrance to head inside. It was starting to be dark, but from the window inside the venue on the back wall, you could see the dusk light coming through the building from the door that I was standing at. As I go to unlock the door, it looks like a person runs from one end of the bar to the next. I can't see anything other than a shadow as it passes by the window, affecting the light shining in. My angry brain kicks in, and my first thought is, why the hell didn't you just open the door for me? Clearly, I am me, and clearly, I was knocking. Over it entirely, I decided to just unlock the door. The moment I step inside, I'm confronted with a sort of cold front. My arms, my legs, everything's covered in goosebumps. Even though this is strange, it doesn't stop me from continuing forward to get the lights. These lights are connected to a huge circuit board. There's one switch and it lights up the whole place. Then we have stage lights, which are separate from the main light. Bouncers don't usually get involved in sound or electrical setup, so we just use the one main switch. In fact, to set up the stage lights, you need a master key, and it's electronic. So there isn't a way for anyone to just turn these lights on. I hit the big switch, and nothing happens. I do this repeatedly until my fingers hurt, and I've concluded I'm getting nowhere with this flicking method. I know the breaker is in the basement, so I head that way. It's not super scary. Well, I mean it is, it's a basement, and all basements are scary, but it was also the break room. You know, where lunch thieves hang out? Well, I make my way to the basement staircase, and just as I'm about to head down the stairs, I see something at the bottom. It's the outline of a person, but they're completely dark. I grab my belt flashlight and I shine it down the stairs where I see nothing. I pull the light away. Shadow person is still there. I find myself doing the same thing I did with the light switch, angrily going from on and off and repeat. Like a lot of things during that time, I was over it pretty quick. I put my flashlight back in my belt and just headed right down the stairs. As I did, I watched this literal shadow suddenly rush past me. It wasn't a person, but yet I felt moved, taken aback, literally, a step. Like a gust of strong wind just messed up my balance for a second. I turned to follow it with my eyes, but it was gone. This is where I feel some of that anger turn into fear. Up to that point, I'd maintained that someone was messing with me, or someone was in the building that shouldn't be. But I just watched something run by me that was actually no one. So I was having a hard time in that moment, figuring out my next steps. And I was half sitting on the steps, but I stood up and continued down, halfway down. I can see all the lights suddenly turn on. Not just the main ones, but the stage lights too. So I turn around, almost more confused and scared. I'm cursing something under my breath, when suddenly I hear in my right ear a voice, clear as day, whisper, "You're going to die. You're gonna die." And before I know it, I can feel myself being hauled backwards down the stairs. I tried to brace myself at first and successfully didn't hit my head, but I was still falling, and the last thing I see is that same shadow, now standing atop the stairs. A loud noise, and then flash to my next come-to moment. The one with all the dudes over me, telling me not to move. And quickly realizing that I couldn't anyways, so I passed out again. The ambulance ride is a blur. The hospital day one is a blur. It's not even until 3 days after this whole event that I start to recall all of these details. I didn't bother telling doctors and nurses that I was thrown down the stairs by an entity, because that seemed crazy, even if it was true. Regardless of how it happened, the end result was that I had broken my neck, which at the time I didn't even know was possible to do without a guarantee of death. But there I was, all broken but alive. I found myself actually thanking this spirit. I could remember the day clearly now, and I felt like even if they were trying to harm me, I had survived somehow, and I was grateful. All I could think about was how angry I didn't feel about any of this. It's hard to explain, but I was the kind of guy who, if something happened to me that was unfavorable, and I'm talking small stuff, I was angry. Big stuff, I was just angrier. But I sat there in the hospital bed for almost 2 weeks and something changed. Something within me. I didn't feel like I was controlling it 100% at first, but I seized it. I held on to it like I used to hang on to my anger. And I've walked with it ever since. Life is lighter without anger. I won't go into all the humanizing details of why I was a certain way, because that's what therapists are for. But I will say that there's something about anger, about hopelessness, that seems to attract more of it. And look, maybe that building was occupied by something before I even started there. But it felt like something was targeting me. And I'm inclined to think it's because of that awful energy that only I seemed to pack up and take with me everywhere I went, carrying it around like it was as much a part of me as my own limbs. Sometimes I wonder if I was meant to die that day. But what keeps me going is knowing that even if that's the case, I didn't die. And therefore, I choose not to live like a dead man or an angry one. Oh, by the way, when I got into my car for the first time in weeks, it was locked, but my lunch was missing. I'm still undecided on that one. Was it a thief of a spirit saying one last ha-ha? Or did someone seriously take my lunch while I was in the hospital? Either way, I'm not angry about it anymore. So, it's just another thing to smile about.
In dreams, the interactions and settings are often stitched similar to a fragile quilt. Memories crudely sewn together, tattered pieces of cloth familiar to the touch, forming a unit unquestioned of flaws. Only with closer examination do the patterns feel misplaced. Like this, as consciousness takes hold, the details of dreams are forgotten, torn and abandoned, quickly replaced with thoughts of what the new day will bring. But in my dreams, there's a town that I visit from time to time that has never changed. Though I've never been to this place in real life, in my dreams, I've walked each sidewalk enough to remember it as if I have. The town's layout became vivid, not through the fabric of memory, but through the hours of exploration I've managed to accumulate while amidst my slumber. From the ice cream parlor with the neon blue trim to the fountain at the roundabout, every brick remains untouched by alterations. To this day, I find myself wandering the shops and walking the town's park multiple times a month, usually with a nondescript purpose, or at least one not worthy of remembering past the morning. But where I was and where I went are like thoughts from a prior day when recalled. Talking to my wife, I was surprised to hear that my descriptions of reoccurrences in detail aren't frequent with others. The news of this scared me and dwindled my hopes of relatability. So much so that I didn't bother furthering the reason I mentioned my dream to begin with. What I failed to explain was that although the town around me has stayed the same, I've also recently started having multiple encounters with the same person. My attention to their presence defined amongst the nameless faces that pass through occupancy without notice. The first time we met, she was dressed as a postal worker. She introduced herself, but it was only the second time that we made contact I'd remember her name. This time, she was dressed as an ice cream worker at the parlor. Approaching the counter, she says, "You're back. Remember me from last time?" I pause, study her features. I can't help but feel like I do somehow remember this person. She says, "It's Nora." Immersed in a dream state, all of this seemed correct. It's only when I woke up did her question, "Remember me from last time?" really trigger an unnerve within. Eventually, this sensation dulled as the weeks would pass, and my mind again piled up with other thoughts to focus on. My third encounter with Nora was in June. When I saw her, she was wearing a black dress and sitting on a wooden bench across the street from the fountain. I sat down beside her, and Nora tells me there was a funeral today for a member of the community. She says they held a beautiful service and buried him in the cemetery near the park. I say my condolences while also thinking, there's never been a cemetery here. There's never been a cemetery here. But today, sitting next to Nora, past the fountain, across the street, and just beyond the grass playfield, I see a cemetery in the distance. In pure astonishment, I stand up and begin to make my way across the street. Nora follows closely behind. While using the crosswalks, I notice other townspeople have stopped in place, frozen in what they were doing, but all now glaring at us as we went by. A dog outside the barber shop stands growling, but its body completely still, unshaken by the low vibrations it's expelling. I mention my observation to Nora, and she says, "They're not glaring at us. They're glaring at you, Oliver. They were hurt you didn't attend the funeral. Some are even saying that you did it." I'm awoken by a paw gently patting my face and the meows of my cat eager for breakfast. I'm exhausted the following day, forced to live again on another planes of existence, as if my time asleep was marked invalid by Nora. It would be a month before I found myself returning to the town. It was nighttime there, and the fountain at the roundabout no longer had water spitting from its tiered levels. It was dry, barren of any movement, like the streets surrounding it. I didn't want to be here anymore. The town I once knew to be a warm escape from reality has now become cold and desolate. While I was gone, it looks like Nora's influence had filled the atmosphere. But where had I gone? How could such drastic changes be made without my knowledge? Was I no longer the carpenter of my own thoughts? Were the blueprints of dreams I construct being altered? Altered by another conscious being, sharing the same frequencies as mine? I needed to find Nora. My pace turned into a run as I started frantically going from shop window to shop window, peering in for any sign of her. I didn't have to look far. I saw a glow coming from the graveyard. As I approached, I slowed my run. There was Nora, along with the rest of the townspeople. That glow that I saw was being made by the torches and flashlights the townspeople held while listening to her preach. The closer I got, her shouts became more audible. Then, she extends her arm over the crowd and points in my direction.
yelling.
There he is. Don't let the murderer get away.
In a synchronized spin, the mob turns to face me. There's nowhere to hide, and that fact makes itself known when the white beam of flashlight washes over me. Blinded, I lift my hand to shade the light from my eyes. I hear footsteps charging me, furiously gaining in remoteness to my position. Again, I run, but this time, my attention is focused on a place to hide. Nora has turned this town against me, but I don't have time to unpack these theories now. I try the door handle to the first shop I reach, and it's unlocked. I dive in and shut the door behind me, trying to make myself as small as possible behind the counter. On my hands and knees, torches make shadows dance across the walls as the crowds chant and scour the area. Cautiously, I lean my head out just enough so that I can see the front window. I watch groups pass by. The ones that weren't holding lights had weapons, and they held on to them tightly. There wasn't a doubt in my mind. If they got a hold of me, they were going to kill me. Orchestrated symphonic bloodshed, being conducted by Nora. Returning to my position behind the counter, I quickly assess the shop has one door in and one door out. If I'm spotted, there's no back exit for me to flee. And considering the constant mob of traffic passing by the front windows, it'll be nearly impossible to leave out that door unnoticed. But my time for planning was cut short, signaled by a bell, signaled by a ring. I hear the shop door slowly open, jostling the little brass bells stationed on top of its frame. Holding my breath, it sounds like only one pair of feet bending the floorboards as they begin to check corners of the shop. Using the wood creaks as a guide, I track their proximity, and when they start getting closer to the counter, I crawl opposite of their perceived trajectory. The only advantage I have in this situation is surprise. In what manner I utilize this is now detrimental to my survival. With an animalistic instinct, I hop up and I rush the man. Startled, and before he has time to react, my hands get a hold of his head, and I sink my thumbs into his eyes. He falls back, with me on top of him, his shriek abruptly silenced when the back of his skull hits the floor. My thumbs sink deeper as I grind my teeth and try to keep his head in between my hands, like a basketball, desperately trying to deflate the air inside. When his body lets out a final twitch, I roll off of him, feeling sick to my stomach, my hands wet from blood, my lungs burning from the adrenaline. The noise from the altercation surely alerted the others. Now, their accusations justifiably righteous to uphold. Just beside the lifeless body, I saw a meat cleaver. I wiped my bloody palms on my jeans and went to retrieve the blade from his hip. A shoelace is used to tie the meat cleaver to his wrist. Untying the knot, I fasten it to my own wrist and stay in the shadows while making my way to the front door. One last heavy breath of air enters and leaves my body while preparing to open the door and run for my life. To where? I don't know. The town I once knew now glows with a clarity unattached from safety. Reaching up, I hold the brass bell in my hand and open the door from under it. Exiting the shop, the door swings closed behind me, and before the bell has an opportunity to ring again, I'm already sprinting down the block. I hear a voice call out, "There he goes!"
There he goes!
And the townspeople begin their chase. I'm like a fox in the hunt, their pursuit gaining on mine, only measured by volume, as I do not dare to sacrifice momentum for glancing over my shoulder. I reach the outskirts of the unnamed town. the point at which I always find myself arriving, but have never thought about turning around to see what was south. There's no slowing down as I cross the invisible border separating the town and uncharted territory. In front of me, the road swallowed by a dense fog. Only now do I swiftly look back to see I'm no longer being chased. Instead, I see Nora standing front and center at the town's border with the angry mob now behind her. No longer being chased, I turn around and face Nora from the fog. She smiles and says, "We'll get you next time." The fog engulfs me. And when I open my eyes again, I'm staring at the dark ceiling of my bedroom. My heart is racing, my pillow soaked in sweat. Looking over at the clock, it's around 4 a.m. My wife is still asleep next to me, but for obvious reasons, I'm unable to close my eyes. I stay awake and walk upstairs, marking the first of many sleepless nights and even more exhausted mornings. Since that night, I'm genuinely terrified to wake up and find myself back in that town with Nora. Fear of sleep is draining me. The tightly wound strings of my reality have frayed, no longer joining as one, both strands equally representing an unraveled end rather than a beginning. I'm at a loss for what to do next because it's not a question of if I go back, as much as it's a question of when. And more so, will I have the strength to defend myself next time? And more so, will I have the strength to defend myself next time? I call this my hiking horror show because that's what the experience felt like. It was an experience I had on a backpacking and camping trip in the River of No Return wilderness area. It's located in Idaho. It was the afternoon, about 2 p.m., when we arrived at the camp, but we needed headlights in the dingy air just to see where we were going. It was unusually cloudy. Well, we didn't have time to even set up camp before we saw a Forest Service fire truck roaring in. "You have 5 minutes to evacuate," they said. We all looked at our guide and he motioned for us to get on out. There was another spot not far down and away from the smoke, he said. And with that, we flung our packs into the van, piled in, and our escapade began. So, here we were, an overloaded van, spiraling down a mountain highway as our guide drives like a demon, trying to outrun the brown smoke that would soon envelop us. Orange flames flickered from burning roadside trees. But finally we were out of the smoke and able to stop for a moment. We were dirty and exhausted. As we got out of the van to stretch our legs and fill up on water, we couldn't help but think that a swim in the river would be so nice. So while me and a few others knew we probably didn't have time for that, we did see a couple fellow hikers begin to jump Frogger style from boulder to boulder near the water. A young woman watched, laughing, cheering, and a few others made their way over there as well, more laughter. But then we heard a scream. When we looked over, the woman was pointing downstream. The hiker had not seen that there was a bit of a drop in elevation in the river. He hopped off of a ledge into the lower half of the relatively rocky, swift-moving river. Everyone began to scramble quickly and wildly a great distance down the hill and along the brushy riverbank, searching for the fellow hiker who had been hopping around, and almost instantly, a shoe was found, snagged on a tree limb. Soon, the hiker was found. He was pale white, but he was alive. We all helped to carry the hiker back to the banks and toward the van, trying to be careful not to take any extreme routes, as we were sure that this guy had broken or badly sprained something.
We found a path that was a little more straightforward than the one that we had taken down, and we started up. Halfway up, we stopped. The trail we'd taken was now ending at a gravel slope. To cross would require a long leap and a 40-foot shimmy across the slanted gravel. Our guide, myself, and one other man decided to take the injured hiker a different route. It would take longer, and the others would have to wait, but they could make the jump and shimmy across, no worries. The other guy was not going to make it unless we turned around. Over an hour later, we'd finally made it up the hill, and we're almost to the van. At least we thought we were. Our guide shuffled his way up the rest of the hill to the summit, and as he reached his hand up to pull himself up, we heard a loud, "Ouch!" come from our guide, followed by him falling or jumping about 6 feet backwards. Upon landing, he was instantly grabbing his hand and breathing very deeply. As we approached, he was walking towards us, and fast. "That could be a cougar cave," he said, out of breath. His hand, it was very bloody, and he was starting to look as pale as the other hiker friend we had. We wrapped his hand up good and started making our way down to find another route. Now, it was just me and one other guy who weren't injured. We were all incredibly thirsty and possibly being hunted by mountain lions. We reached a new path, and just as we started to make our way up, we could all hear something, but we just kept walking. But our guide, who was leading the way, stopped and spun around. His eyes were wide, so we all turned to see what he was fixated on. Something huge and black, scaling the trees. Opposite direction of where we were headed, but this massive creature was moving faster than anything I'd ever seen. We were frozen. We saw this thing quickly disappear out of sight, and then we heard our guide scream. When we looked, he was now grabbing his right leg in pain. Even though this guy was now on the ground, double injured, he yelled, "Help me up. We gotta get the hell out of here fast." We all helped him up, and we started to run the best that we could, trying to help him, but also trying to listen when he says, "Go, go, keep running." It's at that time that we can hear something moving in the trees, very fast, getting closer. Our guide tells me to grab his gun out of his bag and anything else that looks like it can do some damage while we're running. But I see him start towards 2 huge rocks, so we all follow, ducking behind it, catching our breath. I grabbed everything from his bag, as he'd asked, and we sat there, listening, on guard. I looked at my watch and could see just 2 hours before sunset now. So now we had 2 injured people, a guide nonetheless, and no real clue where to go. And we were currently hiding from something. Meanwhile, the guide tells us he has no idea what tried to take him down back there, but something cut his leg good and then ran away quickly. Whatever it is, it might be following us, so stick together. He was right about the getting him good. He had quite a cut on his leg. We had wrapped a shirt around it to stop the bleeding, and that had seemed to work so far. So after sitting there a minute or a few, we could hear that the action in the trees had settled and altogether disappeared. So we started to continue our hike, knowing that we needed to find the van before it was officially dark. Finally, we find a different path that was smoother, and we made some progress. Just as dusk approaches, we crossed a stream, and in that moment, all just about passed out when we saw the van. We made it, and now it was time to get to the hospital. Our guide was treated, and he made it out okay. Same with the other guy. I guess the only thing that we aren't sure about is what the heck we saw in the trees.
And what the heck was attacking this guy?
This is a story, one or two, that my mom told me about a castle-like home her and her siblings were raised in, back in Italy. My uncles had a few stories of their own, and though they are all deceased now, I find it holistically interesting, and I thought I would share. This castle had a lot of history. Of course, they didn't know that as small children, but later would learn that several people had lived out their lives there, spending their last days there. Some even losing their lives due to not-so-natural causes like a home invasion turned murder in the 1900s. In the early 1900s, a suicide in the 1920s. Yes, it had seen quite a lot since its initial construction in 1884. My mother's family would not only be one of the last families to live in this castle, but one of the families whom made it the longest, living there from 1942 to 1956. The long story short version of why they'd eventually leave the house was my grandmother had tried to sell it after my grandfather, who I never met, died in 1955. He was a successful journeyman who made a lot of money during and after World War II. However, he hadn't considered or possibly wasn't given the option of proper life insurance or a real savings. Not a lot was left when he was gone. Definitely not enough to keep up with the payment on that monstrous property, while also taking care of 4 children. No one wanted the house, not even my grandmother. So eventually she'd auction it off in 1956 and start the process of migrating to the United States. My grandma used to say that the house was cursed. She swore that it killed her husband, my grandfather. This used to make my mom upset, but as I got older, I learned that was because she was upset about me hearing that. She agreed with my grandmother. In fact, all of them, my uncles too, believed the same things. But my mom didn't want me to hear those things. Though I never got to go inside this legend of a structure, I did visit the castle in 2004. It was a couple of years after a large mudslide had hit the area. A mudslide that took out all of the surrounding houses and properties. Nothing left standing, nothing except for the mansion, the castle, also known as the Red House. Check out the pictures I sent. The one is very old and you won't find it online. Though black and white, you can see the castle was once a darker color, and the darkness is red. You can also Google Villa de Verci to see this place, what it looks like, even now. It's amazing. Villa de Verci. Villa de Verci. So the story. My mother's first experience. My mother was the youngest, and at this time she was 4 years old, and my uncles being 6, 8, and 10. They were all running around the giant home, upstairs where the bedrooms were. As they ran past their parents' room, my mother falling a bit behind given her size, she stops because she sees a lady sitting in the chair by the window in her parents' room. The lady was crying. So my mother slowly walked into the room, towards the lady. Following behind her now were her brothers. "Are you okay? Why are you sad?" my uncle asked the lady from behind my mother. The lady didn't respond. Instead, she continued crying and remained facing the window. My uncles grabbed my mother's hand and they left the room, closing the door behind them and listening to the woman continue to weep. From then on, they would hear this woman weeping often, and sometimes they would hear her in other rooms too. They called her the crying lady because that was all she ever seemed to do. My mother told me that my grandmother would talk to the woman, first asking her to please leave the children alone, but growing frustrated over time with the spirit, she would often be found cursing at it. The next story is fast-forwarded a bit. My mother recounted a time that she had been outside in the garden, playing with some of the cats, when she heard a gunshot for the first time on her property. It sounded like it came from inside the house. Instantly, she was overcome with fear, thinking the worst. One of her brothers had gotten a hold of her father's gun and made a life-changing mistake. After running inside and finding that nothing was wrong, she was happy, but remained steadfast in her claims that she heard a gunshot. It wasn't until her brothers heard it for themselves that they believed her. They too heard the shots fired while outside of the castle. At one point, it made my grandfather so angry that he refused to keep any guns in the house anymore. He was convinced that it was one of the boys, but he too would experience the gunshot while alone on the property. My mother says that it was the firing shots and the sense that another man was on the property that ultimately made her father go mad. He'd fallen ill suddenly and blamed it on a curse, saying that the home itself didn't seek life, only death, that it was never really their home. This was a wildly different tune than had been played when they'd moved in, according to my grandmother. I will say the fact that my grandfather had been a heavy smoker, his health decline, in my opinion, could have been more heavily related to the fact than any other. Related to that fact than any other. But the people who were actually there did tend to disagree with me. And either way, the children would see their father pass in the home. They had expected his death after he'd fallen ill, but they didn't expect to continue to hear their father's calls from within the home, from beyond the grave. La mi familia mi manchi, which means my family, I miss you. La mi familia mi manchi. La mi familia mi manchi. La mi familia mi manchi, which means my family, I miss you. They heard this often, and my mother said it brought her comfort. But not everyone agreed. One of my uncles speculated this wasn't their father at all. He felt it was another person's father, one who had driven their father mad to begin with. The voices made my grandmother terribly sad and unproductive. It was definitely not somewhere they wanted to be any longer. Collectively, they felt that. Even if they could have afforded the place, it housed too much strangeness and emptiness now. My mother said that by the time they left, she knew her mother didn't have much money, and their next few years were definitely a struggle. But she also used to say that had the family stayed in the castle, she's not sure that they would have ever actually made it out. I will try to recount some other stories, but for now, I'll just leave you with this one. Thanks for letting me share. When I was about 13, I could not shake the feeling that something was watching me or stalking me. I always seemed to feel it at night. Nothing ever seemed to happen, but sleeping was hard. If you know the feeling I'm talking about, then you know that it can be maddening as well. Not seeing anything, but feeling it. The worst part, it only seemed to happen in my room. Well, one night, I was laying down on my back with my head against my pillow. I had closed my eyes but wasn't sleeping yet, when suddenly I feel something tap on the back of my head. Instantly, I'm paralyzed with fear. My head is against a pillow against my bed, which is on the floor. Nothing should be touching my head at all. I jump out of bed, and I'm now standing on the side of it. As I stand there in the dark, my attention is drawn to my digital alarm clock. It's sitting on the stand next to my bed, but it's completely freaking out. I don't know what time it is because it's showing 12 and flashing like it's been unplugged. But then it starts to count rapidly up. I started to feel really cold, but it was summer, so I knew that it wasn't that kind of cold. From my bedroom door, you can see the living room, with my mother's room on the right. As my alarm clock continues to freak out, I consider dashing to my mother's room. When I turn to leave, I see a dark fog start to roll through the living room, into the kitchen, and of course, towards my room. The cold chills remained and the eerie feeling throughout my body intensified. I could sense this energy was getting closer to me, weighing heavier on me each second. Then I saw a darker than black fog start to peer through the archway of the kitchen. Then it was in full view, making its way towards me. When I saw it, I screamed. I screamed for my mother. Nothing. Could she not hear me? The whole time it was slowly walking towards me. It was agonizing. It finally reached the door, and it seemed to stretch all the way to me without moving entirely. It was right in front of me, but it had no features, just inky black, with stretched out black limbs. I couldn't bring myself to move, but suddenly it stopped, and for just a split second, it swiftly jabbed my right eye. Completely in shock, I close both my eyes, scream at the top of my lungs, projecting all of my anger at this thing, and run to my mother's room. Crying and hardly able to speak, I shook my mother awake. She gasps awake like she'd been underwater or holding her breath, instantly grabbing me, hugging me, crying, saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" As I crawled into bed with my mother, we laid there a minute, settling down. I told her what happened, and she explained to me, through tears, that she could hear me screaming, crying for her. But when she tried to call out or move, she was paralyzed. She tried to yell to me, but the words wouldn't come out. I don't know why this thing wanted to harm me, but after screaming in its face, I never had to experience it again.
Growing up, it was just my mom, my two sisters, and me. My sisters, Anna and Alex, are twins, and they're both 3 years younger than me. When I was about 10, we lived in a small apartment above a nail salon. The apartment was super small, smelled of chemicals and mildew. Aside from 3 girls sharing a very small room, my mom's room was the living room. And during this time, she worked a lot, so my sisters and I were often alone in the apartment, though we didn't always feel alone. The salon owners were pretty strict about one detail, which was noise. We were always afraid to be too loud because we didn't want to get in trouble. They didn't want us living there to be a problem for business, but also wanted to help my mom out. The apartment itself was by far the worst place we ever lived, and luckily, we didn't live there long at all. Just long enough to experience something or things that we would never forget. One day, my sisters and I were watching TV very quietly on my bed with this portable TV that we had. It was pretty crappy, but you could easily watch some free channels, and since it naturally had a horrible sound system, we didn't have to worry about it being too loud. Some Looney Tunes something was playing on the TV.
and I remember letting the girls hold it while I laid back on the bed and watched from a propped-up position. When I got into this position, I started to hear the subtle creak of the small closet door. I looked over, and sure enough, it was now propped open. Not thinking much of it, I kept watching the cartoons. Then I could have sworn I heard something from within the closet. Just as I was about to dismiss this, my sisters looked back at me saying, "Sissy, what's in the closet?" The door was a bit more open now, and they said they could hear someone in there, that someone was talking to us. I didn't hear anything, at least not clearly, but I for sure felt something. "I don't know. What are they saying?" I asked them. They just began to laugh. At first, this eased the situation, but then their laughing got erratic and loud. I kept asking them to please be quiet, but they wouldn't. This was not like them. Though very young, they understood the consequences of being loud and always tried their hardest with me. They started to shake the bed, so I jumped off, ran over, closing the closet door. They both looked at me and just started screaming at the top of their lungs. I was in full panic mode at this point, so I grabbed them and I ran us all out of the room and into the bathroom. I immediately started to run the bath water, hoping that somehow this sound would counteract the noises that my sisters were making, hoping that I could save us from total punishment. As soon as we were in the bathroom, I noticed that the girls stopped crying. They seemed to snap out of it. They stood in the bathroom in front of me and the bathtub, I calming them down, saying that it was all going to be okay. They calmed down quickly as they were back to their normal selves. It was like they had no idea what had just happened in the room. I asked them if they remembered what they were being told, what was in the closet. They just began to tear up and asked if we could please not go back in there. And so we didn't. And when we told our mom, she didn't dismiss our story. Instead, she agreed to sleep in that room and give us the living room. But after what I can only imagine was an experience of her own, she too retreated to the living room. And for the remainder of the time that we lived there, the whole household lived in the living room. Well, except for whatever was in that closet. Being someone who has experienced what I consider to be true paranormal experiences, I'm also pretty skeptical. I'm not quick to trust my eyes, but my ears are super keen. They've always been my strongest sense. This was an experience I had as a farm veterinarian about 6 years ago while working on the East Coast. I was out in the fields with the cows. The farm had several new calves, so this time I was really just playing more than working. The property was huge, and just to reach the cows, I'd usually ride my horse out to them. So this was just before I decided to ride back to the main house and get back to my office. It was nearing 5 p.m., so lighting was decent. I say this because I always anticipated my next paranormal experience would be like my previous, taking place in the dark, at night, alone. However, before hopping on my horse, I hear something coming from the tree lines, just over the fence about 30 yards away from where I'm standing. It sounds like a puppy that's in distress. It's whining. My veterinarian brain instantly kicks in, and I hop on the horse, ushering her to ride over to the fence. When we arrive, I open the back gate and attempt to walk my horse into the woods, but she wouldn't budge. After having a standoff with my horse, she wins. I decide to close the gate and walk into the woods. I can still hear the whining as I'm going to do this. I look back and my horse is incredibly anxious. She was well trained. In fact, she was one of the horses I'd use for lessons during that time. She was the only thing that had indicated to me something could be wrong. I dismissed this, thinking that she was likely anxious because she could also hear the puppy whining. I kept walking towards the whining, now calling for the pup myself. As I try to pinpoint where the sound is coming from, I realize that it seems to be moving. I stay in place, and sure enough, I can hear the whining moving around the forest, first closer, and then further away from where I am. I close my eyes and try to narrow it down. Then I hear something rustling around to my left. I open my eyes and start walking in that direction. It sounds like something is whining and digging through leaves, dirt. I feel confident that I'm going to find this puppy as it sounds closer and closer as I keep walking. Then, just behind a tree, I see something that makes me stop in my tracks. An animal, partially covered by a large patch of bushes. A creature. It's hunched over, facing the opposite direction. I wasn't right next to it, but from this viewpoint, I could see that it wasn't a puppy at all. This thing was easily 4 feet tall, in a crouching position. It had hair, but patchy, and it looked like wires, very coarse and dark. The hair was not covering the creature's pale skin entirely, as I could see it. The best way to describe how it looked was that of an ape, except it wasn't stocky like one. Instead, it seemed very skinny and fragile. But it was making the sounds. And as I froze in place, it continued to make the sounds. It hardly moved except to tilt its head up when making the whining sounds. It was clearly visible that this creature was making the sound, but even more terrifying, it was making the sound from a stationary position, but I could hear it moving in different directions, just as it had been doing when I first entered the forest. The frozen fear subsided, and I decided that I needed to get back to my horse, then back to the property to tell the owners what I'd seen, though I wasn't sure what I had seen. Instead of slowly backing out of there, I decided to take off running. I figured this thing didn't come after me when I was making all that noise before, and now I'm actually scared and I want to get the heck out of there. I think that was a mistake. Whatever was previously far behind now sounded like it was right behind me, also running. I couldn't decipher which sounds were created by myself and which were coming from the creature. Never looking back, I reached my horse. I don't even bother opening the gate. I leap over the gate instead, cutting my pants in the process. Quickly grab my horse, who is now well on her way to freaking out as well. As soon as I untie her, she takes off running. Not what I had expected, but I took off after her, running in the direction of the property. I never end up catching the horse. I can see that she's well ahead of me now, so I just keep running. Finally looking back, I don't see anything. But as I turn around to run again, I heard a blood-curdling screech. I heard a blood-curdling shriek leave the forest and echo throughout the whole area. Not even knowing it was possible to run faster, I did. Out of breath, sweaty, and looking insane, I finally made it to the property. After overcoming the initial fear, I tried to consider what it could have been. Does everything have to be evil? For a moment, I considered every animal that I could think of. I even considered that it was a person. But when I met my horse at the front, where she was patiently waiting near her horse trailer, I remembered how she'd acted the whole time. Horses are smart animals. Sometimes they're even a little bit too smart.
But I decided in that moment this old girl would never act that way with just any animal or any person. I give her a nice rub, telling her that I will listen to her from now on as I load her into the trailer. Before taking off, I tell the owners what I saw. Try to, anyway. Asking if they've ever seen anything like that or heard anything like that before. The owners were pretty old, and though they said they hadn't experienced anything like it before, they were going to have the farmhands check the area, make sure the cows were not in any danger. This made me feel better, but I couldn't help thinking about the farmhands. Those were the people that I needed to talk to. The next shift at the farm, that's exactly what I did. And though a few were reluctant to even entertain my story, there was one woman who did. She didn't have much to say, but she looked very serious as she told me, frankly, I do not trust those woods, and you shouldn't either. I heeded her advice and never stepped foot in those woods again.
I don't really know what to call this story, but it gives me the creeps to this day, so I thought I'd share. A few years ago, back in 2015, my boyfriend at the time and I got to stay at my parents' house alone for 2 weeks. We were both seniors at the time and hadn't had places of our own, so to have the house to ourselves when the rest of the household was gone was amazing. I had to stay behind for work, but also to watch the animals. Obviously, I was excited to get to have time with my boyfriend. Some backstory on him, though. We'll call him Eric. He was a sleep talker, and this was a nightly thing. Most of the time, I could sleep through it. Sometimes I'd have to wake him up, and most of the time, I found it hilarious. Until about the third night of staying at my parents'. It started great. We decided to have a movie night. We set up the TV, moved furniture, put the air mattress in the living room with tons of pillows and blankets, complete with an array of sweets and, of course, popcorn. After we watched a couple movies, we ended up passing out in the living room in front of the TV. I remember waking up because I had to pee. This wasn't weird in itself, but I remember feeling scared about going to the bathroom for some reason. I brushed it off as me being half asleep in the dark, and I went to the bathroom anyways. When I came back, just as I was kneeling down onto the air mattress, I hear my boyfriend loudly say, "No, stop." Of course, knowing he talks in his sleep, I continue to try to get into the mattress, when suddenly he reaches his arm out, pushing me back, preventing me from getting in the bed, and says, "No, Bree, don't get in the bed. I just felt something when you weren't there." I'm slightly confused. Usually he's not so coherent when he's sleep-talking, and he never says my name. Suddenly, he bolts up from the bed and switches the lamp closest to him on. He now looks like he just woke up. He looks at me, then back at the bed. "What was that?" he asks me, but he sounds like he's been running. And when I tell him what just happened, he says he knows. But then he says that the thing he saw began to grab me, and he felt as though he was sinking into the air mattress. We're both confused. I tell him he was probably dreaming about that part, but he recounts exactly what he saw, what he felt, before I came back into the bed, and even what he said when I did come back. As I stood there, letting all of this sink in, I noticed the bedsheet start to ripple, like something had sat down on it. Or no, like they were laying in it. I didn't want to take my eyes away, but I had to look at my boyfriend. When I did, I was startled that he was staring directly at me, and he said,
I told you something is here. I just looked back at the sheet and tried to convince myself I didn't know what I saw, but I was scared too. Then my boyfriend just hops back into bed. All the while, I'm staring at him. I watch him close his eyes and literally start sleeping. I walked over to his side of the mattress, shaking him, saying his name repeatedly. Then he opens his eyes, but remains laying down. I say his name one last time, questioning if he's awake. He says in the creepiest voice, "Eric's not here. Before he could even finish that creepy sentence, I interrupt him by screaming his name and giving him a heavier shake. I see him actually begin to wake up, and he looks at me, asking me what the hell's going on and why are all the lights on. Needless to say, I have to recap everything for him, but I ask him to first get out of the bed and follow me to the kitchen. After I tell him everything, he's thoroughly freaked out. He doesn't recall any of it, but he believes me. We both spend a good amount of time staring at the sheets, waiting for something to happen again. And though nothing else does, neither one of us can bring ourselves to sleep on the air mattress. We decide to go into the guest room, where we'd been sleeping prior to that night. For the rest of that night, my boyfriend didn't sleep talk at all. But the next day, he'd tell me that was because he didn't sleep at all. Like I said in the beginning, I don't know what to call this experience. All I know is that I felt something really negative that night. And part of me can't help but wonder if my ex-boyfriend brought something with him. I lived in that house my whole life and even years after this event, but wouldn't experience anything like that again. Moving sheets aside, I could never get past what my boyfriend might have said if I let him finish that creepy sentence. I'll start by saying that I believe in other intelligent life forms. I believe that we're not alone. However, I only came to feel this way through the experiences in my life, so I understand if it's hard or even impossible to believe. Regardless, I'll share my experiences here and chronologically because that seems to make the most sense. First, I was 7 or so. Pretty sure it was 1998. When me and my parents were making the drive to visit family in Southern California. Because we started the drive so early and it was winter, it was still dark outside. Usually I got car sick on parts of this drive, so my family would drug me up. At one point on the drive, I woke up and I see a tall hill, and on the tall hill, I see a saucer with a spotlight. The sight scares me. I find myself drifting back to sleep from the fear and probably the Dramamine. On the same drive, I wake up again. This time, it's my family asking if I need to pee or use the restroom. I don't, but my dad takes me with him anyways. I'm standing in the bathroom, just sort of zoning out, waiting for my dad, when I notice a tall man standing in the corner of the bathroom. He's staring at me. He's covered in dirt or dirty clothes, and he says to me, "I know you saw it too," and continued to stare at me. I asked the man, "What was it?" Because in my 6-year-old brain, I knew that he was talking about the saucer and lights. But instead, I hear my dad say, "What, buddy? What was what?" And then I notice the man is no longer in the corner. I'm so tired that I don't think I even answer my dad. Within a few moments, we're on our way back to the car to continue the drive. I can feel that it's hard to keep my eyes open, but just as I'm closing them,
I'm sure I see the same man who was in the corner, now standing on the side of the building, staring at our car. But then I'm out. By the time we were almost to my family's, the medication has all but worn off, and I'm now alive, alert, and very excited to play with my cousins. When I try to tell my younger cousins about what I saw on the hill, they tell me that I've had a bad dream. My older cousin says it's the pills my family gave me. And I accept all of this. After all, these visions were in between me sleeping. However, when leaving my cousin's house, I asked my parents not to give me the medication because it made me feel funny last time. They aren't sure about this, but tell me that if I start to feel sick, I need to tell them so they can pull over. I agree. On the ride home, I'm what you would call sober. I don't know how long we were driving before I noticed something in the sky. But I asked my parents if they saw it too. My dad was driving, so he didn't even bother looking, but I remember my mom peering out the window and then doing a double take. She said something like, "Oh, wow." And I asked her what it was. She had no idea, but she started to tell my dad that it was weird. I kept looking at the thing. It was also circular in shape. But I didn't see any spotlights coming down from this one. It was also still partially daylight, so maybe it wasn't visible. My mom tells my dad there's a light on top of it. Like a moving round flashlight, hun, she says. My dad dismisses this as a plane, saying something about the military. I don't think I knew what he meant, but he sure sounded like he knew. I watched the thing take off very quickly. My mom must have not seen it, as she asked out loud, "Oh, what? Where did it go?" Next time I'd see something that I couldn't explain, it would be 1999 on New Year's Eve. My parents and I would always stay awake and wait for the ball to drop on TV, and then bang pots and pans. This year, there was a lot of hype in the world about whether it was going to end or not at the stroke of midnight. My parents did not let me buy into this, of course, telling me that it would be no different than any of the other years. It was around 11 p.m., and we didn't usually turn on Times Square until closer to midnight, so I was on the computer playing games, while my parents watched the news. Something caught my eye from outside the window, across the street. I looked out and saw in the sky a saucer above the houses across from my apartments. This seems identical to what I saw on top of the hill the winter prior. I could see that it had a spotlight shining on the roof of the house, just as it did atop of the hill. Then I think of what I saw with my mom that same trip, on the way home. I watch it for a while, and I tell my mom to come to the window. Just as she walks over, I watch the craft go dark and essentially disappear out of view. She asks what it was she was supposed to be looking at, and I remind her of a year ago and then tell her what I just saw. She laughs and says, "Yeah, right, here in the middle of the city." She clearly didn't believe me, further dismissing this as fireworks. I remember feeling a bit jaded by this experience, and I decided to go to bed before the ball dropped. The last experience I had was in 2001. My mom had gotten me a cool remote control car from the mall. At the time, it was dark, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to play with it until the next day. But I asked if I could set it up in my room, get the batteries in it, all that good stuff. She gave me her keys and agreed to let me go to the trunk of her car. As I'm running up to the car, I look up and across the street. What I see is something I haven't seen. It doesn't look like the other things I've seen in the sky. This thing covered a huge amount of the sky. and it made no sound whatsoever. Just a huge ship, maybe 2 football fields at least, but round, with 3 huge bright orange lights. It's so huge that I understand I'm only looking at the bottom of this thing. Part of the bottom. It's flat, gray, black, and round. I see the large lights begin to move sporadically. I felt a wave of anxiety realizing that I'm in this dark parking lot all on my own. So I jumped into my mom's car and I lock all the doors. I crack open part of the sunroof cover and peer out and watch as this giant yet silent mass floats above me. Eventually it looks as though it's ascending higher into the sky. I can still see the lights, but everything else becomes much harder to see, until eventually there's nothing to see at all. Once I saw that the lights were gone, that the entire thing was gone, I booked it back to the apartment. My mom asked where the remote control car was. In that moment, I realized I was so freaked out I didn't even grab it. I told her I would just get it in the morning and decided to keep my story to myself. I don't live in California any longer. My family moved to Oregon in 2003. Since moving, I haven't experienced anything quite like I did those few years. I always found it so interesting that it always seemed to be around the holidays, always in winter. I can't be 100% sure it was the same thing all 3 times, because the last encounter was so up close and personal. It was so much larger than anything else I'd ever seen in the sky. If I didn't see it for myself, I would consider this description to be that out of a sci-fi film. But I can tell you, Scout's honor, that even if I don't know exactly what I saw, I certainly saw something. If anyone else out there has experiences like these, I'm curious. Did you ever get any answers?
So, I'll give a little backstory on the home where these experiences took place. The house had some seriously abnormal energy. And what I mean by that is you always felt that overarching sense of worry, a pit in your stomach kind of worry. Almost like what guilt feels like, except you know that you've done nothing wrong, so why do you have this feeling eating at you? I didn't always identify it that way, but I started paying attention to how I would physically feel when I would leave my house. It was much better, like my stomach finally settled and my angst diminished. It got to the point where I would stay at friends' houses a lot, more often than at my own, rotating amongst friends as to not be a total bother on any which one. But this was much later in life. I'll start with the earliest experiences that I have. The ones where that overarching feeling was warranted with something tangible, like a vision or a sound. There are 2 apparitions I saw in the house that I remember most clearly, and one of them I saw frequently. But my first experience, I was little, maybe 7 or so, and this apparition only appeared to me this one time. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, likely to go to the bathroom, because I'd walked past our living room, where I saw a figure, just standing in the middle of the room, staring back at me. Its eyes were glowing. I recall trying to figure out which family member was awake and why their eyes were doing that. But then, the undeniable reality set in that this was not somebody that I knew. They were around the same height as me, so that ruled out my parents and my little sister who was just out of diapers. I remember the glowing eyes most, and thinking that its ears were too far apart and too big. It was standing, but it seemed a bit crooked, kind of hunched over to one side. It had sort of a meddlesome expression, tilting its head back and forth curiously. This was near Christmas, so I remember being able to brush it off as one of Santa's elves or something, and I felt kind of excited. We both stared at each other for a few more minutes, and I remember that excitement changed. I don't know what happened, but for the first time, I was struck with unease. A worrisome pit filled my stomach, and I scampered back to bed. To fall asleep and to move on in life, as a kid, I told myself that it was an elf, and the feeling that I'd gotten was because I wasn't supposed to see the elf. As I got older and thought back to this event, I felt rather unnerved. I still do, honestly. The second apparition, well, it was different. I was older, but it still especially scared me. Maybe because it was reoccurring. When I was about 10, I got my own room after sharing a room with my sister for a few years. My new room sat at the end of a very long hallway, with several closet doors on either side. There was a bathroom at the opposite end of this long hallway, and the way that it was positioned, in accordance to my room, was that if both doors were open, you could see the bathtub from my bedroom door, and vice versa. The first time I saw it, I was in my room, and at first I thought it was a reflection or a shadow. Then I realized that it was much darker than the shadows it was within. It was a figure, sitting upright and very still in the bathtub. I assumed its back was to me because I could see no features. It was either bald or had long black hair covering its skin. A slim, dark figure. A human-like frame with what looked like shoulders on either side of its head. Even though I dismissed it that night, I would see it many more nights. Not only from my room, but sometimes even from the hallway, or in my periphs when passing the bathroom itself. I saw it so often that I started to dismiss it as something that my mind was creating, a trick of the light, or a lack of light. But I do remember thinking, how could I see something so many times but not really know what it looks like? At the time, I never did share these experiences with anyone inside my home or outside. I figured talking about it inside the house would make it worse if it was something bad. And talking about it outside the home, well, what if it started making my outside life like my inside life? I couldn't have that be the case. Years later, the bathroom was renovated, and once it was finished, not only was the bathtub no longer visible from my room, but I also never saw the figure again. Years later, my sister and I were reminiscing about our childhood home, years after we'd moved out. Mostly happy memories came about, but then we couldn't help but talk about the feeling of the house. And then she stopped me a moment, asking me, "Did you ever see a person sitting in that old bathtub?" As she described what she saw, I couldn't believe we'd seen the same thing all those years. So the figure in the tub was not a figment of my imagination. But what was it then?